drawer. So it's
That's
okay
creepy.
once.
Sorry, it's always creepy.
Why do you think Craig is creepy? I kind of like his voice.
Because he looks like Pedo Bear, and then it just sounds
No,
creepy.
he
He's
doesn't
just
look
a
like
bear.
Pedo
Not
Bear.
every
He's
bear is
just a
Pedo
bear.
Okay, all right. Let's do the intro then.
Also,
Sorry.
I'm a little tipsy because I drank a lot of beer, like 20.
How
like,
much is a lot? 20 beers?
No,
You
no.
okay?
I bought some from a brewery thing because it was
Like a howler?
it was like a 10% from Dust Bowl Brewery, and it was like over a pint. It was like 2 pints or something. So I don't know.
Okay,
But whatever, it should be fine. It should be fine.
let's do the intro. Once more, we are recording. This is the Delisted podcast. I'm Connor, and with me, as always, is
It's Augustine.
Anne.
And Jessica.
And today we are discussing the 3 most recent discounting spin-offs Star Wars films, the so-called sequel trilogy.
Wait, did you just call them spin-off films?
Well, no, discounting the spin-off films. So we're not talking about
discounting.
Solo or Rogue One or the Boba Fett movie that never happened because Josh Trank was kind of embarrassed.
So the sequel trilogy. The sequel trilogy is what you're saying.
Yeah, the end of the so-called Skywalker saga, which is what Disney wants us to call it.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on that whole Skywalker saga shit. This ain't the Skywalker saga. And also, full spoilers ahead for all 3 movies.
Yes,
I just want to say that ahead of time because
Kylo was a Skywalker, and he was a pretty big part.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call it the last film really the Rise of Skywalker. It's more like the Rise of Palpatine. But whatever.
Leia never went by the name Skywalker. Okay, so Palpatine, depending on what you consider canon, is Anakin's father.
Yeah, that's true. Depending on what you consider canon. Was the whole him creating Anakin by messing with the Force indirectly?
It was implied.
Was that canon after Disney though?
I mean, I think it's even more canon because we saw that he can make people because he made Snoke. I don't know if he made Snoke the same way he made Anakin. Probably not.
Well, Snoke. Going by the 3rd film, it seems like he was created in a lab because he's in a little test tube, basically.
But what? First of all, why did you make 3 Snokes? Second of all, because you weren't going to use another one when one of them died. Second of all, why did you use a weird puppet clone man? What's the functional difference between a First Order and a New Empire?
Basically nothing. Also, what was the point of Snoke? I mean, wouldn't it be more effective to just say I'm back because I am the Emperor?
You guys act like there was thought put into
No,
this.
there wasn't.
There actually wasn't, and it's amazing that they had no plan for their multi-million. They spent $4 billion to buy Star Wars, spent millions to make movies, and then had no plan, no outline, no thoughts. It's insane.
Look, okay. So Bethesda was bought for what, like $7.5 billion, right?
Yeah,
like
I mean that's Doom.
That's a lot of things. But Star Wars also has an audience of people who just watch Star Wars, right? Like they don't play video games. I feel like it's much easier to have a larger audience with a movie than it is with a video game.
That's fair.
It was the highest grossing movie of all time until I think Avatar came around.
I think it was Gone with the Wind, adjusted for inflation.
Well, yeah, but if you don't adjust inflation,
that's adjusted for inflation. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got very curious kittens all around me right now, so there may be weird stuff happening.
Well, they can comfort you while we talk about these movies, because I just want to straight up say that Force Awakens is like a 7.5 out of 10 for me. Last Jedi is like a 6.5, and Rise of Skywalker is like a 4.
I mean, honestly, I came out of Rise of Skywalker. I left the theater with a good feeling. I was like, no, that was a fun time. And then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, actually, that was really stupid.
And it was very stupid.
We need to bring up the message from Palpatine, the one that the opening crawl talks about that we never actually hear.
Was in Fortnite.
It was in Fortnite. It was in a Fortnite tie-in. Incredibly important plot information was in a Fortnite tie-in. I don't know what this cat wants. He's slithering around my desk like a little snake.
Does Disney own Fortnite or just?
No, it was just a crossover thing because they thought they could advertise. but it's still stupid.
Oh, absolutely.
Like that opening crawl in Rise of Skywalker where they're just like, the dead speak with an exclamation mark is probably one of the worst opening crawls I've ever fucking read.
And they're like, but how did he come back? Dark science? Cloning? Who knows? And then we never get
which I see that kind of works as like what Star Wars is based off of, like those old sci-fi serials and how melodramatic they are.
Even they would not bring a character back from the dead.
This just came off as stupid though. After Last Jedi, like,
oh god!
But okay, I feel like we should talk about the movies in order from Force Awakens to the end.
I have my absolute biggest problem with Force Awakens is it introduces Poe like he's going to be the hero, right? And then he escapes with the help of a random stormtrooper, and then he dies, and we follow the stormtrooper for the rest of the movie. And I thought that was super, super cool. That was a fun twist. But then he just shows up alive again in the third act, and I feel like from that moment on, I was soured on the movie. Yeah.
What like wasn't he meant to? Oh wait, go ahead.
He was meant to die. They loved him so much apparently that they rewrote it, and then they already had the makings of a script for the next movie, and they changed it around to feature him more heavily because they all loved him so much.
No, but this is just
his character sucks. I don't understand.
I don't know what it was they loved.
I don't think his character sucks. I like Chris.
And people like he's like the new Han Solo. It's like what about him is anything like Han Solo?
No,
he's a man.
I wouldn't say Han Solo. Plus, he's
a man pilot. That's it. That's really it. Yeah. A man pilot.
Also, he's the opposite of Han Solo. Han Solo is a guy who starts off not caring about anything except himself. Like there's no
unless you take Solo into account, in which case he's a guy that cares about absolutely everyone.
Okay, well I'm not taking the spin-offs into account because fuck that.
And Darth Maul's still alive, by the way.
Oh god, let's focus on the garbage that we have already said we were going to focus on.
Okay, right.
Other garbage.
Let's not go into Darth Maul still being alive, which I know a lot of people like.
I posted a picture of him and his wife going down on him on social media.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Darth Maul did, and now they're like, well, Darth Maul may not be heavily featured in the upcoming film. Because the actor just couldn't stop with his social media nonsense.
Okay, so as I was saying, Poe is basically the opposite of Han Solo because he actually believes in the cause or whatever. And
you can actually argue that Finn is more like Han Solo
because he's trying to run away for the whole movie. Yeah, he even has kind of like a moment of understanding with Han in the Force Awakens.
I will say this: Han Solo was the best part of Force Awakens for me.
See, I'm liking that you're like deliberately pronouncing his name the way that Lando says it. I don't know if you're doing this on purpose.
Han, I don't give a
Han
fuck.
is the way Lando says it. He's the only one who's allowed to say Han.
And they didn't bother correcting him.
They make a joke about that in Solo, where Don Glover is like keep saying Han and not Harrison Ford.
People keep pronouncing my name Augustin, and I'm like, that's fine, whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Augustus Gloop.
Augustin.
Like, stay the fuck away from my chocolate river, Augustus.
Yeah. But yeah, I like Poe, but I think it's mostly because I like Oscar Isaac. The character himself is okay. He's fine. But I would have preferred had they focused more on Finn with the sequel.
Dumb, and he gets everyone killed with his nonsense in Last Jedi.
Well, you know what's stupid? Okay, well, I know I said we should focus on each movie individually, but okay, let's skip to Last Jedi for a sec. So his whole thing is that he's supposed to learn about. Okay, so his lesson in that film is I need to respect command, right? Like, because people will get killed, right? If I just act
his
like
lesson is more like don't be an action hero. Don't go on exciting adventures.
Don't be an action hero.
And I went to go see Star Wars because I really wanted to see people getting lectured about why they shouldn't go on exciting adventures.
Don't do risky. Don't be a risk. And then the character who's telling them this, played by Laura Dern, I forgot her name, Admiral Hollow.
Hold on.
She got so much hate. That character got so much hate.
No, but in retrospect, her sacrifice in that film is so stupid because in Rise of Skywalker, they say that what she did is like a 1 in a million or something.
Yeah, I love that there's so many digs against the last movie in Rise of Skywalker. It's so passive aggressive. It is the most passive aggressive multi-million-dollar movie.
I told Jessica this earlier. This is a 2-part trilogy because the middle part is basically worthless except for some minor things. They could have summed up in like a net video advertising the next movie, like, oh, watch this. It's something that happens in between the movies.
It's a 1-movie trilogy because friggin' Palpatine, the main villain, shows up in between the second and the third movie.
Well, you could lay the same thing against the original trilogy.
In between.
Yeah, but
original trilogy.
The Emperor, at least we know he exists in the first movie.
At least we know that he's the overarching villain.
And he's dissolved the Senate. Right? And he's like, fair, we'll keep the people in line. I can't do Peter Cushing's voice, but
the prequels came way later. But I get your point that
I'm not talking about the prequels. He dissolves the Senate in A New Hope. Like that's
you're right.
He dissolves the Senate, and Peter Cushing announces it. It's a whole. That's not a prequel.
No, you're right. But that was off screen though. Okay, what am I?
He tells us that
your point is the Emperor is from the beginning always mentioned as he rules the Empire. He is the overarching villain, right? Yeah. Even though Vader is our main villain in the first movie.
I would go so far as to say Governor Tarkin is the main villain.
I would agree that Tarkin is the main villain of the first film. Darth Vader is the villain of the second one, and the Emperor is the villain of the third one.
I want to go on record as it is the most Star Wars thing ever that in the movie itself they only call him Governor Tarkin, and then in all merchandise they use the made-up title Grand Moff, because that is so Star Wars to make something just that's perfectly fine. Take something that's perfectly fine and make it dumb and silly sounding, and then not even have that be in the movie. You have to read supplementary stuff to even know about it.
In the toy material.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck is a Grand Moff? It's like she calls him Governor Tarkin, and I refuse to acknowledge that he has a different title.
I haven't seen the original trilogy special editions in a while. Did they change as a Grand Moff in that?
No, they couldn't. It would have been too hard to dub over.
They could have. Come on, they did a lot of changes that look shitty. They could have dubbed it over.
Have you ever seen like weird ass original Jabba the Hutt from before they edited?
Oh yeah, where he was just some dude.
Yeah, he's just some like fat dude with a beard.
Some guy.
Like what is a Hutt in that context?
He just looks like a neck beard, but like 40 years too early.
And then what I love is that in the special edition, they don't cut out any of the lines with Greedo, explaining why Greedo is there to kill him. But then he has the exact same conversation with Jabba the Hutt 5 minutes later. So the audience gets to hear about, even I get bored sometimes, like twice in a row, in case we missed that he lost his shipment.
Right. Well, back to Force Awakens.
Yes,
so
Force Awakens.
Finn from the initial teaser trailer was portrayed as like he's going to be like the main character, right? Because he's like the first thing we were shown was a stormtrooper takes off his helmet. He's in the desert. That's a scene that's actually in the film. Yeah. And I actually liked Finn as a protagonist.
He was cool, and I love that they kind of fake you out with Poe, and then Poe fucking dies, and then Finn has to carry on with the secret mission, and it's like it was a really good in to the story, you know. And I felt like Poe was kind of like supposed to be an old-timey Star Wars type hero, and he was it was like a baton passing thing. Like I was having a good time with the first 30 minutes of that movie. I was having a good time.
And Finn has no force powers at all. Yeah. He's just a guy. He uses a lightsaber, but it's just because it's what he has.
Yeah, apparently you don't need any sort of force skill to use a lightsaber.
Which is fine. I mean, you just swing it, right? But you just don't get all the cool abilities.
It's an elegant weapon from a more civilized age.
Oh, yeah. I think the argument is that technically you have to be in tune with the crystal inside the saber in order to use it. That's where, like, if for those who are really technical on the use of a lightsaber, that's where people start to like nitpick, but we don't have to nitpick on
here's
that.
A question.
I think I would argue that everybody, like, because if we're going to go off like the theory that the force is within everybody, then technically everybody is somewhat force sensitive. It just depends on like how much force sensitive somebody is.
Well, here's a question. Are kyber crystals ever seen or mentioned in the actual films themselves?
Not that I know of.
Because by that logic, kyber crystals are actually not canonical. Because they said that if it's not in a movie, if it's like the levels of canon, or if it's in a movie, it's canon. If it's in a cartoon and it doesn't contradict a movie, it's canon. And if it's in a book and it doesn't contradict a cartoon or a movie, it's canon. So it's basically like there's levels. But the movie is the only thing that like really counts.
I get that part. But okay, so the Clone Wars cartoon is canon. The 3D one, the CG one. But what about the 2D one? Is that canon anymore?
No, I don't think it is, because completely contradicts the way General Grievous looks and acts.
Okay, well, fuck that because I love those. I love that series.
Yeah, I mean, Gendy
So,
Tartakovsky is a genius. I saw the guy once in an elevator, and I was too scared to say anything. And
well, I'm sure he was just doing something. Okay,
yeah,
well, aside from that cool anecdote, so yeah, I like Finn as protagonist for most of the film. Rey kind of pops up and takes over eventually once she starts showing her force powers.
but she
But
starts as like a damsel in distress in Force Awakens. They have to rescue her.
Not
yeah,
really. I mean,
sort
she
She's
of.
starts like
chained to a
beating the
table.
shit out of
She
people.
basically escapes on her own.
Yeah.
But the other characters are treating her like she's the well, at least Finn treats her like she's the damsel in distress.
And Finn's
Everyone
very
else was
clearly
like,
got like a crush on her, I think.
yeah, and then that just never really gets.
Don't worry,
There's
they found a nice
nothing,
racially appropriate girlfriend for him or
but
they
nothing happens.
tried.
Nothing happens. He gets a
Ooh,
new love interest in every
yikes.
movie.
Yeah, and he gets a chaste kiss in the second one. And then he gets nothing in the next one. And then apparently somebody said that new girl, that new stormtrooper girl is somehow Lando's daughter.
Which I think was the implication in a deleted
Because
scene,
every
but that's
black
not in the
person in the
movie.
universe is related. Where's Mace
Well,
Windu
no,
involved
but
in all this?
basically everyone in these movies is related to somebody from the old trilogy, except for Finn, apparently.
Which is why Finn
I
is what we
don't.
needed. We needed more of Finn.
You could
Yeah.
have just, yeah. I think Finn, like the problem with Finn's like character, it's just you gave us this like really good character to go with, and then you took him nowhere. You took him nowhere in the second one, or excuse me, episode fucking.
He kind of goes
It's
somewhere
nine.
in Last Jedi because he makes that big speech to Shiny Captain. Shiny Captain. What's her name? She's the blonde lady from Game of Thrones. She wears
Oh,
a shiny outfit.
Phantasma.
Yeah, God, I forgot she
Oh,
even existed until
she
just
doesn't. She
now.
doesn't do shit, and then she just dies in the second film.
Yeah, I mean,
But he makes a big speech to her, and he's like, they
see,
built her
that
up
would
as
have
a big
been.
character.
They did. They built up these people like we were gonna get
I
more
mean,
of like.
arguably, Boba
Ooh,
Fett was the same way because
But
like he
mm,
had toys.
that's a legit criticism of Boba Fett, though. So why would you want to replicate that with a different character?
mhm.
No reason. It was some bullshit.
They didn't like you were pointing out earlier, like we're intrigued by getting like, oh, this is the stormtrooper, this is going to be from his perspective, leaving, not being a stormtrooper anymore and carrying on the mission for for the rebels or whatever. And then that's we get nothing else. We don't really get anything else. Like in the second one, he still is pulling the deserter movement and the selfishness of like, I need to save Rey. Like he's still super into Rey. Like I don't
But
feel
by
like
the
we
time he
get
gets
any.
on the Star Destroyer at the end, he makes a big speech about how he's a rebel now, and he's
Mhm.
yeah. So he actually grows a little bit. Just it takes him 2 whole movies to do it, and then he doesn't do it anymore.
Okay,
I think
so
that's
oh wait, go ahead.
nothing. I just think that's kind of like everyone feels like half-assed. Every character feels like half-assed, like we don't give a fuck.
You
Here
know
are all
what?
the tropes. Here are all the we're gonna take this from this character and this from this character and put it into these new characters, but not
Look,
really give them their own
So if it
thing.
this
had
is what the
150% more ass, it would have been better.
no, look, what these movies feel like and what they basically are is one person wrote the first movie, right? Like J.J. Abrams was involved, and
Mhm.
he left some hints so that other people could take over.
But he
And
had
then
no
the guy who
plans.
but there were no overarching plans, like overall, there wasn't an outline for the trilogy they
Like, how the
wanted to work
fuck did they
on
not need to make an outline for their
for your
multi-million
for
dollar?
after you pay $4 billion.
Your entire company's riding on this, and you didn't even you did less work than like a freshman does on their introductory essay.
No, look, they did the equivalent of you didn't do your homework last night and you're trying to finish the homework during class. That's what they did. It wasn't even like I'm doing it in the morning before I go to school. It's I'm doing it while the teacher is teaching a completely different lesson. It's so bad.
It
Um,
is like this was just like I feel like just the last movie just really solidified this was just a fucking cash grab to the most nth degree. Like, it's just so frustrating.
How the fuck did how did they even get Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber?
We never found out.
Like,
what was Maz Kanata's deal?
Nothing, apparently.
Remember how it looked like Chewbacca died, and then they were like, "Psych, he's fine." Oh, okay.
Oh, I feel so bad for Chewbacca.
They did that with 3PO.
They
They
erased
did that
his
with
brain.
R2. They
Yeah,
like
R2 was like comatose.
listen, I'm not trying to be dark or anything, but can like people like actually fucking die who are not like already old and are about to die? You know, that's just like.
I mean, you could argue Chewbacca's old, but he survived. But he's also an alien man who can be played by multiple actors.
And he was like 100 and some years old, according to Solo, which I know we're not trusting, but still.
Okay, but like I said, Chewbacca only got to live because he's an alien, and he's for merchandising purposes.
Peter Mayhew, I think he made it to the first one. He was in Force Awakens, and then Last Jedi was the first time we actually had a different Chewbacca. But then C-3PO made it through. I think he's the only actor that's in every Star Wars movie.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember hearing that George Lucas, that the guy who plays C-3PO, he was always like, can oh, you know what? I have an idea for something C-3PO could do, to be heroic. And George Lucas was always like, no, he's always scared.
That's a good George Lucas voice. I think he sounds kind of like Jim Henson. He's like, oh, the power of myth.
Nah, fuck it. C-3PO is always scared. He'll never do shit.
And it's just like, I want someone to acknowledge that C-3PO has been fighting with the rebels for like 50 years now. Like, he was programmed for etiquette and protocol, and he's been a freedom fighter for like decades.
And he was allied with he was an ally of the Republic before that.
Built by Anakin Skywalker, does that make him Luke's brother?
No.
Anakin's his father.
I wouldn't consider that the same.
He's a Skywalker too.
Okay, I wouldn't call this film The Rise of C-3PO, though.
I wish he had acknowledged even once in the new movies that Darth Vader built him.
It's so weird, isn't it? Like, I get not the original trilogy. I get not. Wait, wasn't his memory deleted?
Oh yeah, but
that's
I mean,
they mentioned. That's how they.
Memories were deleted.
That's how they hand wave them not knowing.
How do they hand wave fucking Obi-Wan not knowing? I mean, like, I can't seem to remember ever owning a droid.
Apparently, Obi-Wan doesn't give a fuck about the droids. He doesn't consider them living. All I'm getting from it.
It goes weirdly back and forth on how people think about droids. Like, are they supposed to be a race? Are they supposed to be possessions? Are they supposed to, like, nobody knows, because they give R2 a medal for risking his life to save the ship in episode 1.
But Chewbacca doesn't.
Where the fuck is Chewie's
episode 4?
They tried,
and then they bring it back in the last movie. It's so bad.
They bring his medal back.
Yeah, in the third movie where he finally gets a medal in like a really bad. It's just a really bad like fan service moment.
That whole movie was a fucking fan service moment.
And then did you notice that multiple times in Rise of Skywalker, like, Poe would completely fail at something and cry like a bitch, and then Lando would show up and do it? Because, like, they're in the fight, and he's like, my friends, I'm so sorry, we can't do it. And Lando's like, don't worry, Lando's here. And then he goes to, like, rescue Finn, and he can't do it, and Lando comes in and does it for him. And it just, like, so many times Poe is just like, oh, I'm just so useless and impotent. If only, Lando were here.
Yeah, I don't like Poe's. Nothing against Oscar Isaac. Nothing against him at all. I think he's a good actor, but like, that character is just like.
I've never seen him in anything except these movies. What else is he even in?
He's in Drive as the husband. He's in.
Oh wait, the husband who I've seen that. He's married to the girl that the driver likes.
Yeah, he gets shot in the neck.
Oh, that's too bad.
He's also in Sucker Punch. He's the guy who's basically he's basically trying to like. He's like the antagonist, like the dude antagonist. He's the guy that wants to lobotomize her.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the guy that performs the lobotomy, or is he just the guy that wants?
He's not the lobotomist himself. He's just the guy that wants
weird.
to lobotomize.
Yeah, that movie is weird.
Is it good?
I don't think it's good. You're the only fan of that movie on this podcast.
God,
But
Zack Snyder
regardless,
needs to
let's
fucking chill.
let's not get into Zack Snyder. I will say Oscar Isaac was also in Ex Machina.
Oh, how is he in all these movies I've seen and yet I don't remember him at all?
I don't. What does that say? It says something about like your inability to recognize him as an actor, or something to do with his acting.
Yeah, he might be an amazing actor because I never know it's him.
He was so important to Ex Machina, and you don't remember him.
Was he the scientist that invented the?
Yes, he was the scientist who created the robots.
Yeah.
Oh, who are you guys talking about? Dom.
No. In Ex Machina, he was the Facebook guy, basically, like the social media.
I hate that like every like technology villain is the Facebook guy now in movies.
Yeah, it's really bad. I don't find that character interesting.
It's just
do you
remember when every bad guy was...
Oh wait, let me finish what I'm saying real quick. I don't find those people interesting as villains. I find them incredibly boring.
Do you remember when every bad guy of every movie was Donald Trump for a while in like the 90s? Yet the man still got elected. But, like even Lex Luthor in the Superman comics,
like the 80s businessman, basically.
Yeah, the evil developer who was going to come in and like make a strip mall, and like it was Donald Trump. Like Lex Luthor had LexCorp Tower instead of Trump Tower, and they gave him hair for a little bit, and it was Donald Trump's hair, and it's like, wow.
Yeah, I guess it's all connected. Yeah, everything.
But it's like they pick one real life like multimillionaire, and they're like every villain is going to be him because Lex Luthor was Mark Zuckerberg in the most recent Superman thing.
Yeah, they weren't what's the word? They weren't ambitious enough because now we have him as president. So fuck it.
And he was president in the comics before he was president. Well, before the real he was president in the comics. So like there was a
Listen,
precedent.
We're here to throw some shade right now. We're not here to get depressed right now.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the real world is bad enough. These movies are bad enough too, but in a different way. Okay, so Force Awakens, they meet Han Solo after Finn and Rey team up, and yeah, I mean Han Solo is still the best part of this movie. Aside from Adam Driver as Kylo Ren, I do like Kylo Ren in these movies. He's like the only one that changes as the movies go on.
Well, what I like about Kylo Ren is like he's kind of supposed to be a little bitch that's not as good as Darth Vader to kind of get ahead of the criticism that he's a little bitch who's not as good as Darth Vader.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that was kind of clever. But then like I don't know, I think we're supposed to like him later on, and like no, he's a little bitch. He like actually throws a tantrum. It just
made me not like him though. Like, and I love Adam Driver, but like being a whiny fucking baby.
No, look, I don't like Kylo Ren as like a person. I think he's an interesting character though because of what they do with him, and Adam Driver's a good actor. And like I said, I think he's one of the only characters in these movies who actually has a character arc. Like he changes from movie to movie.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
He should honestly, in some ways, he should have been the main character.
That would have been a different twist because
where the main character is actually the villain, one of the villains.
I kind of think we had that going, except it was the stormtrooper who turns to the good side, and we had a perfectly serviceable idea that just went nowhere.
that was great too. We should have had a dual protagonist thing going on, but they didn't do that.
Well, it's like the idea was it was like somebody who from birth had been raised to be a stormtrooper who turns to good, and then somebody who had been raised by Luke Skywalker and Leia and Han Solo turns to evil. It's like there's a clear dichotomy between the two that they set up, and then they're just like nothing happens.
Well, I think what the problem is, and granted, as the female person here, folks, ladies and gents, and all the people in between, having a female protagonist, I think that was the main point for Rey. But I hate when films and big companies do this. Okay, here's your female protagonist, but you're not really getting any sort of depth. And now it just feels like I was having this discussion with my boyfriend earlier, it's just, he was basically, and I kind of agree with him, like Rey is basically like, is the Anakin without the training. Like, it doesn't make sense for her to be wielding a fucking lightsaber and being like able to go toe to toe with Kylo Ren at that point.
But I mean, Luke went toe to toe with Darth Vader after like training for one afternoon, because it cuts back and forth between him and Han and Leia, so not much time could have possibly passed.
I mean, but she didn't have a training for an afternoon. I'm just saying.
and also, those are movies from like the 80s that back before they had all this other material to go off of. So I can forgive some, maybe not everything matching up. But these are new movies. You can modify it to fit with established canon, or to make it make a little bit more sense.
Would you have wanted to sit through like a half hour of training scenes? Just
we
so
don't.
You
We
can
don't
have
have to. We don't
No,
have
we don't
to.
have to.
There can be a time skip, or just not have her be that powerful, like to that point,
or just not have that scene. Like have them two fight.
It's like I feel like I have to defend this a little bit because Kylo had just been shot in the chest by Chewbacca's blaster. Kylo was injured when he got into the fight.
I get that. I get that. No,
anything, though. As somebody who is supposedly not only trained by Luke Skywalker, but now has also been trained by Sith, I cannot agree. I can't agree.
Honestly, I would. No. See, I actually will side with Connor on that point. That the point is that Kylo Ren was injured, and so he wasn't at full capacity. But I almost feel like the fight should have just ended with Kylo Ren being like, you know what, fuck it, I'm too weak, I'm leaving. I'm not going to die here. Over
it should have just, it should have just, like I said, like save that part, save them fighting against each other for the next film. I think him fighting, with Finn, I think that was
a film that has no fight at the end. That's what you want?
No, she wanted the fight with Finn.
You know what
the fight with Finn is fine.
What I would have absolutely loved is when Finn got defeated and the lightsaber started to shake. I thought it was gonna like go into Luke's hand and Luke was gonna suddenly be there. And I know now how unrealistic that was, but I would have loved that so much. Come on, Luke.
I disagree. That would have been worse.
It would have been better.
It would have been fucking awful.
It wouldn't have made any sense.
Wouldn't it have? Would it made more sense than Han Solo magically showing up as soon as they turned on the
No. It would have made sense had Luke Skywalker magically like meditated and magically appeared like he does at the end of Last Jedi.
What I love about that is they logic for the fact that Luke was in the cave, that there must be a way out, and then they find a way out. But then later we find out he was a projection, so their logic of why there should be a way out of the cave didn't make any sense.
Well,
but are you going to tell desperate people that?
Yes.
Are you going to crush their hopes?
I love how they went to Salt Planet and it was just straight up Hoth, but they're like, no, this time it's not snow, it's salt. It's like I can't feel it. I can't feel how cold or warm it is.
Let's get into that when we get to Last Jedi. Let's go back to Force Awakens. So Han Solo being killed by Kylo Ren. Any thoughts on that?
I think that was fair. I mean, that wasn't anything surprising.
It was a long time coming. Harrison Ford has wanted to die.
But
I was gonna say that was in his contract. He was like, okay, if I'm gonna fucking do this, I need to die. Like, I don't want to do any more movies.
But see,
he holds franchises hostage. He's the reason there wasn't another Blade Runner for like 30 years.
Look, that's why movies have lost their magic, because we know too much about what goes on behind the scenes.
We know that Harrison Ford
does not like being in Star Wars, and he
wanted to get killed in Empire Strikes Back, and the only reason he gets unfrozen at the beginning of Return of the Jedi is because the negotiations. Because like Lando was meant to be replacement Han. He's even got Han's outfit at the end of that movie, and it's like Lando was replacement Han if Harrison Ford couldn't get negotiated into the next movie, but then he did. So Han, becomes the hero, and Lando gets nothing to fucking do, and then doesn't show up for the first two movies.
You know what? I'm still pretty sure Lando fucked Leia though. There's no way that didn't happen. I'm assuming that happened in between movies.
I don't want to assume that happened.
I'm just gonna go with it happened. But okay, back to Force Awakens. So Han Solo dies, and that's not surprising if you know that
Harrison Ford hates everyone.
Doesn't like being in these movies. I don't know why he still stars in movies.
It's like
he could have retired a long time ago.
Why did they give him one line?
Money. It's for money. He's a selfish ass.
Doesn't he have enough money now? He's not like middle-aged. He's like in his 70s. Like even if he lives another 20 years, like come on. His money will last.
Pilot, it's an expensive hobby. He buys helicopters and stuff.
Yay.
Yeah, I
More
guess.
Climate change increase, asshole. Anyway.
Hey, he flies rescue flights. Come on.
Well, you can't do that every day though. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Okay. Well, he still gave one of his best performances of like the last 20 years in that movie.
That's not a high bar.
It's not a high bar, but at least he was entertaining. I liked him more than any of the new characters. Honestly.
Also not a high bar.
But isn't that bad though? That
these bars are so low.
The bars are so low, and yet they don't reach him. Isn't that the biggest thing about
All
Force
they
Awakens?
literally had to do was give effort to one idea. Instead, you give fucking half-ass effort to all a bunch of ideas, and it just.
Well, here's the big question. The $4 billion deal included George Lucas's outlines for the next Star Wars movies, with the tacit understanding that Disney would use them, and they didn't. Do you think Lucas's outlines would have been better?
No.
Honestly, having seen what Disney made, I think they might have been.
But do you have any idea what they were?
No, I'm just basing this off of the prequels.
Well, basing it off the prequels, I will give props for being way more creative than these new movies when it comes to concepts. At least, like, it's like when I watch the prequels, I'm like, well, they're not great. I do like Revenge of the Sith.
Honestly, I think the biggest failing in the prequels is that George Lucas cannot direct actors, and he directed all 3 of those movies.
He should not have directed those films.
Yeah, he can't help you.
And
act.
he needed the problem is the prequels came about around the time when people were worshiping George Lucas is like amazing, when he really should have had some other people direct and other people edit the scripts.
I want to see David Lynch's Return of the Jedi. Like, imagine what that would have been.
I honestly, as the prequels,
I mean, he got as far as meeting with George Lucas at Skywalker Ranch. He got pretty far into the process.
It'd be like in 5 minutes of sweeping the Mos Eisley.
I feel like it would be a lot. It would be kind of like what he did with Dune, but probably.
Well, but Dune was also other people interfering with his original vision, so I can't really base anything off of what he did with Dune.
You don't get to do your vision when you're directing George Lucas. You get to talk to the actors and make sure they sound like human beings instead of weird robots, like they do whenever George Lucas is in charge of directing.
Yeah, he made all the actors look so bad. The only one who came out okay was Ewan McGregor in my eyes.
Hayden Christensen, he goes from starring in some of the biggest movies ever to just being, my coworker once, he was Japanese. He had this whole theory because Toshiro Mifune, he got offered the part of Obi-Wan Kenobi. He said no. But if he had taken it, then instead of Ewan McGregor, they would have had to have hired an Asian man to play young Obi-Wan.
But
and his
why?
Logic, because Obi-Wan would have been Asian if he was Toshiro Mifune.
No, but that doesn't make sense with the original trilogy, though.
Why it would have been Toshiro Mifune? No, you're not understanding. They offered Toshiro Mifune the role in the original trilogy.
Oh, I thought you meant in the prequels.
And he said,
that makes no sense.
Toshiro Mifune would have been dead by the time they made the prequels.
I was not understanding either, Augustine. I was
like,
wait.
I don't recognize any of the names from Seventh Samurai, even though I like that movie.
He was the main guy in Yojimbo. He was in Senjuro. He was in 1942.
Was he in did he also star in those movies about Hanzo the Razor?
It's possible. I've never seen those movies.
Where he's a rapist cop, and he's the main character.
Let me take a look. I think the rapist cop one was actually a spin-off / parody of Hanzo the Razor.
No, it starred Shintaro Katsu.
Demonetized.
Okay, well, we were already getting demonetized because we said mean things about Papa Disney. Okay, here we go. Let's find out what he's been in that maybe Augustine would have seen. The Hidden Fortress. That's the movie that Star Wars was based on. He was in 1941, Steven Spielberg movie. Well, it's not similar enough to say it was ripped off. It's vaguely similar.
The general concept.
Yeah. Red Sun. Zatoichi meets Yojimbo. You know Zatoichi, the blind swordman? He met Yojimbo, apparently. I didn't know that existed. But yeah, he was in a ton of samurai movies. Oh yeah, he was in Rashomon. That's a big one. But he got offered the role of Obi-Wan Kenobi. And he said no, because he thought that it was too childish of a movie. And then he said yes to 1941 because he realized that he'd made the wrong decision the last time he was offered an American movie. So he said he would just say yes to the next one that came asking. Which is why he's in that terrible, terrible movie. But my point is, my coworker, he was Japanese. And he said if Toshiro Mifune had said yes, then instead of Ewan McGregor, they would have had to have gotten a young Asian man for those movies. And it would have really changed what Hollywood is like now, because we would have had an Asian star for 3 of the biggest movies ever made. And of course, he was the only character people liked. I don't know if that would still be the case if he wasn't Ewan McGregor, though.
I mean, would it? Because Mace Windu is in those movies and no one gives a fuck about Mace Windu.
Mace Windu was a bitch.
He didn't do shit. Like, he's played by Samuel Jackson, and like he should be cool.
You didn't.
But nah.
You didn't really give him anything.
He did nothing.
Yeah, like
he was kind of just like
we know Samuel L. Jackson as like the badass motherfucker, but like you didn't really give him. If you want to hire him for that purpose in a more Star Warsy way,
but like
you
Obi-Wan
didn't really
actually
give it to him. You know, you didn't really give him anything to go
cool
off.
Stuff to do though. That's the thing. Obi-Wan got cool stuff to do in those movies.
Well, I don't think he did anything cool until the third movie.
He fought Darth Maul.
I don't like cool. Obi-Wan in 1 and 2 though. I like.
And
he
fought the droidekas. Remember the droidekas?
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck about the droidekas.
Out of the prequels, I like, and I don't know. I don't really have like a big of a problem with the first one, the Phantom Menace. I don't really think it's that bad.
It's a fun time. I mean, the pod race is pretty cool. And like
look,
to some great music.
I think there are individual scenes that are cool in that movie, but as a film, I don't like watching it. It's boring. Okay, but back to Force Awakens though. So
you want to talk about boring? Like Jesus, remember that traitor guy who's just like traitor when he attacks Finn? Who was he?
Oh yeah, he was just some guy.
And Finn like immediately turns around and starts killing his former comrade. Like he gets so upset when his friend gets killed in the battle.
Okay. Yes, I wanted to talk about that too.
I would have been fine. Oh wait, go ahead and
you see him like, you know, in the very beginning of the movie, you know, you see him get all emotional, you know, about like his comrade dying, and then when it comes time to fucking leaving and going AWOL, oh, we're just gonna start shooting motherfuckers, even though previously we were seen to have some sort of emotional attachment to my comrades. Like, what the fuck? Like,
okay, well, I will say that they do eventually. They establish that nobody likes him. Apparently, the person who died was like his one friend. But okay, so but I get your point though. Like, why is he so okay just murdering people he knows are brainwashed from childhood?
Mm-hmm.
And you know,
there isn't even a scene. Wait, go ahead.
Oh, it brings into question: are heroes killing all those stormtroopers in the past movies?
I guess, but I think
the argument for that one though, like, I don't want to justify murder, but if we're gonna justify murder, aren't those technically clones? Whereas in this one, they're not clones. They're like,
I don't think they were still clones.
They're not clones by the time of a. It's because the clones age twice as fast, so they're not clones by the time original trilogy happens. There are a few that are still alive and loyal, but most of them are like special forces. The regular troops are just like regular humans who have been hired. Like they've enlisted in the military essentially.
I see.
So they weren't raised from children?
No, they were not. They're just regular people. That's also why they're not as effective apparently, because they're just regular people and they're viewed as expendable by the Empire, so they don't get great training.
Well, I mean, Han Solo, he signed up for the Empire, but he wasn't a stormtrooper. He was just like a weird ass World War I doughboy.
Yeah, but that's going into the spin-offs. And well,
it's true. We're not allowed to talk about the spin-offs.
I have not even seen it, but it doesn't look worthy of watching.
So I mean, Solo did so badly they stopped making the spin-offs.
Yeah, got to feeling so low about these spin-offs.
Which is weird because aside from the lighting being bad in Solo, it's actually one of the better ones. It's better than Rise of Skywalker. It's better than Rise of Skywalker.
I don't know if I can even give it that. Rise of Skywalker had a pretty cool space battle at the end, and Solo had.
I wouldn't call it a cool space battle.
I had a fun time.
We'll go into that. We'll go into that when we get to Rise of Skywalker about the shitty final battle, in my opinion. But in Connor's opinion, it's a great final battle, or at least a good, fun one. But okay, anything else about Force Awakens?
I want to show you. I can't find it. There was this awkward zombie comic that was a parody of Fire Emblem, where somebody's talking to like a Fire Emblem general, and he's like, "Don't you see that your side is evil?" And he goes, "By Jove, you're right." And he turns around and stabs his own first officer in the chest. And he goes, "What? Why?" It's like, "Oh, I just found out our side was evil. Why didn't you tell me? I would have changed sides too." And it's like, that's exactly Finn.
They could have at least had like a one scene where Finn has like some misgivings about the brainwashing stuff, and then he's just like, you know what, I got to do what I got to do.
And then like Traitor with his anti-lightsaber baton. Remember him? What if he was Captain Phasma? That would have been something for Phasma to fucking do.
Yeah, it should have been Phasma, but then the guy gets killed, so they're just like, yeah, fuck it, who cares? Also,
Again,
I think
half
that
thoughts.
yeah, they didn't
effort.
think it through. Also, I think Kylo Ren's lightsaber is kind of stupid.
Everybody thinks that though.
I mean,
I think it was
it'd be
just
so
something
easy to
like
hurt
we
himself
have a
with
new
that thing.
design. Yeah, like practicality, yeah, doesn't make sense. But
Kylo
you know,
Ren's helmet is stupid.
you gotta make your money somehow. We can't have the same fucking lightsabers. No. We have to make
Kylo
it
Ren's
new.
everything is stupid. Oh, remember how Rey just like opens her lightsaber in the last scene and then closes it again? Of Rise of Skywalker, just so we know it's yellow.
She doesn't even use it during the actual
it's
movie.
just so that we know what color the toy is going to have a lightsaber.
Yeah, it's really
so when
bad.
all you kids are getting your Halloween costumes, you know which color to get.
The one that she doesn't use during the movie.
Yeah. And that would also relate to where the fuck did she get a crystal? Even though we don't go into the lore.
Not canonical.
I know, but I'm just saying it's just.
All right. So, did anybody have an issue with them just repeating the whole Death Star thing with Starkiller base?
I mean, it's their third time. It's tradition by this, or the fourth time. Because remember the goddamn.
I don't think it's tradition
from episode
so much
1.
as them not knowing what the fuck they're doing.
And like it blows up a bunch of planets we've never even seen before. But the thing is, I think they're so scared because people didn't like the political stuff in the prequels of telling you any political stuff in this movie. So it's like how is the government resisting something if they're the government? But then all those planets blew up, and so now the government doesn't exist anymore. Or what? Like, why is he blowing up these planets? Who were they? They don't tell us anything.
That's really stupid to argue that, oh, there's too many political scenes, but we need to have some of them to like exactly what you are saying to provide like some sort of understanding or context.
Even the original Star Wars had a few references to there being some sort of political stuff.
Yeah, he talks about dissolving the Senate in that movie, and
also it's not, which is what they could have done with these movies. They could have just had some like one-off mentions.
And like we never see Alderaan, okay, and we don't know much about it, but we do know Leia's from there. We have at least some sort of human connection to all the people that got blown up. And then this one is just like, a bunch of people exploded.
I think some people have theorized that one of those planets was Coruscant, but who gives a fuck about Coruscant? It looked like it was
Coruscant.
Who gives a fuck about Coruscant, though?
It's the capital of the Empire. Why would they destroy their own capital? I don't know what's happening anymore.
Wait. It was the capital of the New Galactic Republic.
And then it became the capital of the Empire when...
And oddly enough, the new rebels are working for the government because they're like the CIA almost.
Is that what's going on? Because
yeah, that's how they were on. They're like the Black Ops. Like they just
because they call themselves the Resistance. But what the fuck are you resisting?
I don't understand why they call themselves the Resistance. Why aren't they called something else?
Yeah, because if you're fighting for the Republic, if we're assuming Republic means like the good of the people, you know, like. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, there needs to be some sort of establishment. No one cares about that, though, unfortunately.
I think it's just an example of them writing it in a way to remind you about the Rebel Empire fight, even though it no longer even fits in context.
Right. It's
like just the terrorist resistance group are the bad guys, and they are genuinely bad. But that's what I'm saying. It's like. You can't just try to repeat what was in the trilogy in the originals. It doesn't even fit anymore.
I mean, but they did it, and look where we are.
Well, they did it badly is the problem. And
they should have just not done it at all. Like, why do we have to recycle shit? Like, come up with something different.
The whole point of making a new movie in the series is to remind you of those old movies you liked. Except George Lucas actually thought there was more story to tell. Disney did not think there was more story to tell. There wasn't. It's over.
They just
defeated the Empire. The story is done. Like the whole story was about defeating the Empire, and then the prequel was about where did the Empire come from. That's it. That's the whole story. The world is interesting, but there's nothing more to tell. And yet Disney had to invent something, and all they could think to do was just do the same shit again.
I don't know. It just comes off as so lazy. They could have done something else. Even, fuck it, just do a prequel series set thousands of years later, like the Knights of the Old Republic or some shit.
See, like
there was more creativity there.
I would love that to be a film, but like I don't want Disney to do it just because of this like
Knights of the
after
Old
what
Republic was so far removed from anything we saw in the movies. Like, it might as well have been a different franchise except for the lightsabers.
but that's what I'm saying.
You still sell it at Star Wars though.
Exactly. You could still sell it as Star Wars, but just more like world building or lore building, whichever one you want to decide on the word on that.
And if it's good, people will like it. They'll still watch.
In the general, it took me decades to find it, but here's the comic that's basically the story of Finn. He takes off his helmet and he turns good, and then he immediately turns around and starts killing his own guys. You see it?
Yeah, that seems about right.
Yep, you should put that in the images, because I'm talking about like pictures of the Boom Boom Bar in the last episode. You can't see what the hell I'm talking about.
I'll put it in the description.
Oh my god!
I'll put it in the description.
What's that? Oh my god! Directed at?
Nothing.
You mean the comic or what?
Nothing. Let's just continue on. So
wait, in the comic, why is this guy wearing a different armor than the others?
Because he's the leader.
Why is it a different color?
You get a different color when you're leader. I don't know how Fire Emblem works.
Oh, okay. Well, it depends on the game. Okay, well, regardless, let's go back to The Force Awakens. So, why is this called The Force Awakens again? I don't remember The Force Awakening to anything.
No one knows. Because there hasn't been a Star Wars
movie
in a while.
Jedi.
R2-D2 wakes up. He was asleep and then he wakes up.
But he's not the Force, though. He's a robot.
The Force awakens within Rey.
I guess?
God, I don't even... So many...
And then they try to build up with this movie, they try to set up Rey as like, who were your parents? Where did we get Anakin's lightsaber?
That's the thing, because like with Luke Skywalker, we didn't know there was a mystery. It was a shock out of nowhere when we found out his dad was Darth Vader, because like they talk about his dad in the first movie as just like
just some guy.
He was
and then you find out he was a
Jedi Knight.
Like at first he's just some guy, then he was a Jedi who was killed by Darth Vader. But it's not like a mystery. It's like, well, I wonder who his father was. No, we don't know that there's an empty space that needs to be filled. And then this new movie is like, oh, do you think it's gonna be secret parents like before, huh? And then they're like, no, it's not. But actually it is.
It's lazy. And you know why the only way it works this way is because like not majority of the cast, but like this only works. We only get a sense of coming up with fan theories is because Rey is played by a white person. Like we don't know who Finn's parents are. Like
people thought that it was Mace Windu as his parents,
which would have been really bad too.
It's like, I guess not only are all black people related, all white people are related.
Everyone who shows up in the movies is related except for Poe, because there were no Latinos in the prequels or the original trilogy.
Because it's like, okay, so the Emperor caused Anakin to be born, so he's related. C-3PO is related because he was built by Anakin, and then Luke, Leia.
Oh my god.
Luke, Leia, Rhea.
Well, at least Natalie Portman wasn't related to Anakin.
Also, Rey and Ben are cousins because of the Palpatine connection. So them kissing is still not great.
Not blood related though.
And it's like, I wasn't lying when I said that your parents were nobody, because no, you were lying. Like,
it's not Star Wars without incest.
And then Snoke didn't even get dressed. He never stood up out of his fucking chair. He never even put his damn clothes on.
He didn't do shit. He just wears like a golden robe. Okay, so let's just talk about the very, very end of Force Awakens, and then we'll transition to Last Jedi. Just shitting on Last Jedi.
Finn's in a coma.
Even though I do think it's way more interesting than either Force Awakens or Rise of Skywalker. But okay, so Force Awakens ends with Finn in a coma. Rey goes off to find Luke and finds him. Kylo Ren lost the fight, but he goes off to recuperate. And Poe is just kind of doing whatever, right?
Because they didn't have anything for him to do, because he was supposed to be dead at that point.
He might as well have just been a random pilot.
Like, you notice he shows up and affects nothing at the end of the movie because they just randomly decided to write him back in.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I liked his chemistry with Finn, with John Boyega. They had a good chemistry in all the movies, but
I mean, they were gonna kiss. They should have kissed.
I know.
Yeah, you know what?
So
Disney,
bad.
you should have just had them be in a gay relationship.
Like if we could have a lesbian kiss like in the background, they're like, oh, they'll cut that out for Russia. Why couldn't we have a main character kiss in the foreground?
They cut it out for Russia and they cut it out for China. That's why John Boyega is
just
like
oh no, we're not homophobic. It's just Russia and China.
Did you see the Chinese poster of these movies?
No, what was it?
They're trying to hide John Boyega.
Oh, they don't like him, but they put him in the Pacific Rim
because apparently they thought like China just doesn't like. Oh my God! So I'm looking in the here right in the poster for Star Wars, but they also came up with a poster of Black Panther in China, and he's wearing the mask on the poster in China, but in America he's not wearing the mask. So they're trying to hide that he's black.
They're not giving a lot of credit to. They're not giving a lot of credit to Chinese audiences for thinking they won't realize Black Panther is black.
Yeah.
Wait, I have to share this with you because this is a true fact about Force Awakens that we need to talk about before we move on.
Is
I just sent it to the general.
Hollywood Reporter.
Yep. Just go ahead, take a look.
They lost to Boonie Bears 3.
Boonie Bears 3. It's a CG animated series of movies in China about bears and this logger who wants to cut down the trees and them like trying to stop him. And there have been like 5 movies, and the third one beat Star Wars at the box office because, like, okay, the Star Wars movies came out like right after the kitchen debates. Like relations with China were still testy, and movies were being imported weren't a thing. So then, by the time the prequels came out, like movies kind of did move freely back and forth with China, but there was no nostalgia because relations with China just opened in like 74, 73. I mean, somebody correct me on the timeline there. So like there wasn't time for them to build up a relationship with American movies before Star Wars came out in 77. So like there's no nostalgia for the Star Wars movies in China. And that's all they have to go on. Like it's the perfect example of if Star Wars were released in a vacuum and there wasn't a generation of kids who grew up playing with like toys and lightsabers, this is what would happen. Boonie Bears would beat it.
Boonie Bears.
Yeah, I can see that.
And Boonie Bears is not great.
It's like a low budget thing, right?
Yeah, I mean,
just to clarify, to further investigate, I watched Boonie Bears. It's not that great.
You know what? I like John Boyega. That dude, I feel like he has more integrity as an actor because obviously he stayed on for the movies because it was in his contract. But by the time Rise of Skywalker comes out and he's getting interviewed, they're like, so you think they'll do like a Finn and Poe Disney Plus show? And he's like, I'm not getting Disney Plus. He's like, fuck that. Fuck Disney. I'm not going to be on Disney Plus. I want to do other things. I'm not just going to be Finn. Like, Finn didn't do shit in these movies.
I know, but look at how many Star Wars, like even Daisy Ridley is saying she's not getting jobs now. And like she was the one that played nice and didn't say anything in interviews and stuff.
Well, that's why she shouldn't have played nice.
I know.
She should have said fuck it.
Harrison Ford never played nice, and they still like came crawling and begging for him to come back.
Yeah, because he was Han Solo.
You know what?
Han
Fuck
Solo.
that bullshit. Those motherfuckers have the money to do so. They don't have the fucking balls to like be innovative about it, but we're gonna just go ahead and like grovel to Harrison Ford.
You know what kills me is like we're never gonna get another Tron, or they announced what I'll believe it when I see it. But because Disney realized instead of making a Tron where they have to try and convince you to go see it, they can just make a Star Wars where your own like pangs of nostalgia will drag you to go see it. So they're like, fuck it. We're not making any sci-fi movies except Star Wars ever again.
Star Wars is more like a cult for a lot of people. Like the people who watch the trailer for a new one and they start crying. I get a little embarrassed.
Those people need to fucking chill.
Yeah, I mean it's a fucking Star Wars, dude. It's just a movie series.
Listen, I will probably cry if they make a KOTOR trailer. I will be one of those people.
But look, is it going to be good or is it going to be Old Republic?
Oh yeah.
Is it going to be the MMO?
The MMO.
So Jessica, I'm asking you, are there going to be tears of joy, or are they going to end up being tears of despair?
Were there 2 different Star Wars MMOs? Because I remember Star Wars Galaxies.
No, there was Star Wars Galaxies, but that was by Sony.
And then there was the Old Republic.
And then there was the Old Republic by EA, and
why did EA buy BioWare and then not make another fucking KOTOR? Like, what's going on?
Because EA doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. That's
Shadows
why.
of the Empire was some bullshit. Do you remember that on the N64?
I never played it, but I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
it was basically like for edification of everyone around us, because they were really hurting to sell more Star Wars toys. They basically decided to pretend like there had been a new Star Wars movie in like 1995, 96, when there hadn't been, called Shadows of the Empire. They made a novelization. They made toys to tie in. They made a video game. There was no movie. It was all the merchandise push of if there was a movie, but no movie, just to kind of test to see if they could get away with that. And they did. It sold really well. It was about Prince Shizor and how he showed up in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, and Dash Rendar, a new guy who's very similar to Han Solo and apparently was the original owner of the Millennium Falcon, even before Lando had it, shows up, and he's our hero.
I don't know. I think there is a distinction between like, because I feel like people who play video games may not necessarily like, play the Star Wars video games, but I think people who play video games with like lots of lore behind it really enjoy that little extra stuff that we see in these films. Like, again, I had no problem with the the politics scene in the prequels because it gives us context, it gives us more background information. But I think the normal moviegoer just does not give a fuck about any of that. They just want to see shit blow up, and that's really it.
I don't even think. I think if you're just watching movies casually, you won't even remember the names of the characters.
That is probably also very true.
Yeah.
Oh, in Solo, they did a deep cut video game reference to let me figure out. There was a game on the PlayStation called Star Wars Masters of Terrorists. Yeah, and then like
the fighting game.
yeah, and at one point, one of the characters just kind of offhandedly says like they beat somebody up and say that they know the martial art Terrace Casse, I guess. So it's like, wait, so that's canon now because it was in a movie? You were familiar with the fighting game, but not with the reference?
I suppose it exists, is the thing.
But I mean, this also, like, Rogue One features the first and only on-screen mention of the Wills, which were like a concept from the original pitch document of Star Wars that never made it into any of the movies. But it's like they're the creatures that shape the universe by controlling people through the Force. And they're mentioned in Rogue One, so maybe they exist. I don't know.
I didn't mind Rogue One, but
fine.
I can.
Oh, it was fine.
Yeah, I didn't think it was anything.
But like, if all
it's unnecessary. But
I thought you were going to say it was on Netflix.
No, it was on Netflix, but it's
if
also
all of your main characters die and the movie goes on for another 15 minutes, and those 15 minutes are the most interesting part of the movie, you've got a problem with your main characters.
Yeah, maybe you fucked up.
It's like, wow, that part where Darth Vader killed everyone was so cool, but it was after literally every main character died.
And it went on for like 10 more minutes.
Before everybody died? Is that what that?
I mean, what if Darth Vader just killed everybody? Like, that would have been something. Honestly, Darth Vader just fucking people up for the whole movie, I would have been like, yay.
No, but see, if Darth Vader had been the one who killed them all, it would just be remembered as the movie where Darth Vader kills some nobodies.
I mean, that is what I remember it as, except the nobodies he killed weren't even nobodies who were important in that movie.
Yeah, they were nameless nobodies.
I remember, what was the like Caspian? What was the fucking male lead's name in that movie?
Oh my god, Diego Luna, I love him so
much. No, you know
much.
The actor's name, but you know the character name.
Was it like Caspian? Like Prince Caspian?
No, not Caspian.
No, it was like
oh
no. No.
Maybe Narnia is the portal to a galaxy far, far away.
Oh my
God. You remember who the fuck? It was Cassian.
He like randomly killed his own informant to show how like he was
how
so
much
ruthless.
Of a hard ass he was, and then he never does anything.
Yeah, and then he's like a big old softy sweetie. So it's like he'll kill you if you're a dude, but if you're like a pleasant British woman, if you're a very thin British woman with brown hair, he'll be all over that shit.
It's like KOTOR 1. It's. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop.
All right. Well,
tell us more about KOTOR 1, please.
I mean,
we could
pretty girl.
Yeah. Well, now go ahead.
Who was the pretty girl in KOTOR 1? Tell us.
KOTOR 1? It's Bastilla. That's who they're trying to, I guess, rescue when they're on Terrace, but then they get away. Yeah. Anyway, side tangent. I just love Diego Luna, not because he's in Star Wars. I just like that I saw him in Star Wars.
Is it because you find him attractive?
I find him super attractive, but I've seen movies that he's been in before he was in Star Wars. I would just like to
well, I love him
out.
in Y Tu Mamá También from 2001. That's an excellent
kid
movie.
in that? Is he like a child in that movie?
He's Tenoch. She's one of the 2 leads.
Oh wow,
one
That's
of the
the
3
movie
leads.
that got that dude Harry Potter somehow.
You mean the director?
Yeah, that's movies? How we got Harry Potter based on.
No,
movie.
I know. He did Y Tu Mamá También, and then he got. I don't know how you go from Y Tu Mamá También to Harry Potter, but yeah, that's that is right. That's how he went on to do that.
I don't know. It was a movie about teens. That was all that they cared about.
Yeah, teens and a lot of sex.
It's like, could you make the same thing, but instead of sex, magic?
Well, sex can be magical, so I guess that's the jump.
And then we had time for fucking severed heads, like singing songs on the night bus, but not time to explain who Mooney, Wormfoot, Padfoot, and Prongs were. Like, unless you've read the book, you have no idea what the fuck is going on.
Let's not get into Harry Potter. That's a whole episode by itself.
I don't think.
I know. I was gonna say.
There's been enough discussion in the world. It's over. Nobody cares anymore. J.K. Rowling's terrible.
J.K. Rowling came out as a turf.
And then she doubled down with her.
All she had to do was just not say a fucking thing. All you had to do was continue writing and making your money. I mean, she's still gonna make her money, but you know what I mean. Like, all she had to do was sit in a corner and say nothing.
Jessica, she's rich enough. She doesn't care.
That's fair. That's a fair.
It doesn't actually affect her.
It doesn't.
What's his name? PewDiePie. All he had to do was not say the N-word, and he would have made millions of dollars. And he
not be a Nazi sympathizer, apparently.
Yeah, not pay people money to hold up a sign that says "Death to Jews," which he did. He did that for real on Fiverr.
It's disgusting.
And it's like all you had to do was not do that, and you had millions in sponsorship deals lined up, but you couldn't resist. Why could you not resist?
I mean, like you said, are already making their money, so there's no point. But that's a whole. I feel like that could be its own whole ass discussion talking about social media influencers and how they get away with shit. But let's continue on to
maybe someday we'll be influential.
I mean, I would just like to talk about.
You're influencing me right now.
I am.
Yeah, to talk about The Last Jedi. I feel so influenced to do it right
now. All right. So at the conclusion of Force Awakens, Rey finds Luke Skywalker doing fucking nothing on some shitty empty island. And
off on fucking sad planet.
Pretty.
Well, yeah, it's a nice island in Scotland, but I mean, as far as like for Star Wars, he's not doing anything on it. It's just an empty island.
No. Absolutely.
It's not important as a location.
I also should have taken his ass to the swamp too, like Heike.
Well, I mean, if I were, well, I mean, Disney's too dumb to realize they could have done that for more retro, like fan service cred.
I know that was their whole goal. Just take his ass back to the fucking swamp.
and then when Yoda comes back as a ghost, he could have been at his gravesite.
I gotta say,
even though there was no gravesite because Yoda's body disappeared.
Yeah, everyone's body's disappearing, even if there's a time delay on Leia.
Yeah, I mean, it's only supposed to be Jedi who learned how to become one with the Force, right?
Oh my God, we can talk about that when we get to Rise of Skywalker.
The theory that I heard that makes perfect sense to me is you get to become a ghost if Luke sees you die. Because remember, Yoda called Luke all the way back to Dagobah for no fucking reason. It was just like, I have nothing more to teach you, just to basically watch him die. We see him as a ghost. Obi-Wan, he waits until Luke is within like visual distance to then just drop his lightsaber and get killed.
But Connor, that's not true because what was Obi-Wan's mentor's name? Qui-Gon or whatever.
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Yeah, he became one with the Force, and we didn't see his body.
It's true, but you got to go by original.
He's the one who taught. He's the one who taught Obi-Wan how to do it.
His body didn't disappear, though.
No, I know that's exactly what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. But in Revenge of the Sith, at the very end of the movie, Yoda tells Obi-Wan that he's been contacted by his old mentor, and he's teaching him how to become one with the Force. Because Liam Neeson's character, his whole deal is that people think he's a weirdo because he likes investigating like weird Jedi shit, right? That others
You
think
say
is,
that's his deal, but do we see that in episode
No,
1?
we don't. No, we don't. But it's supposed to be like in his backstory, is that he's considered
it's
like
in
an
his
outlier.
backstory.
Yeah, he's
Nothing
considered an
counts
He
if
outlier.
it's
is.
not in the movie. Nothing counts.
But it's
I
mentioned in the movies,
know.
though.
They say he
It
disagrees with the council.
That's about it. But yes, it was sort of referenced. Okay.
Can
Well,
we talk about the council and like just the biggest
How there's one
issue
man with like a
with-
penis for a head on the council?
can we talk about how impressed I am
no,
that I'm drunk and
You
I'm
remember
still
that,
so
dude?
lucid about this? I am so lucid for being drunk right now. It's
Is
great.
there like a girl Yoda on the council? I forget.
That would have been amazing.
You act like there was any sort of like thought for female empowerment. That's
Okay,
funny.
Jessica,
You're
what do we-
funny.
Jessica, if there was a female Yoda, would you consider
There is
that
not a
female?
female
That is
I'm
not.
pretty
No,
sure there
but
was.
would that have been no? But would that have been female empowerment? Because I don't think a little green goblin is female empowerment.
Yeah, it was Yaddle. Yaddle.
Oh my god.
It
No,
was
because you're just putting a female Yoda just for this. This is what
Well,
fucking Rey is. Just a
aside from
female
whoever the fuck
lightsaber
baby Yoda,
wielder.
whoever.
Guys-
Okay, aside from whoever the fuck baby Yoda is in the Mandalorian, we don't see anybody else from his species.
Yeah, we
though.
do. We see in episode 1. I just sent a picture. It's Yaddle.
I'm looking this shit up because I do not recall this at all.
Yaddle was
What the
in the
hell?
Jedi Council scene.
Why is he wearing a bad toupee?
That's not. It's the girl. The girl Yodas have hair.
Jedi counts. I feel like room.
It says belongs to the same
It
mysterious
says-
species as Jedi.
Err.
Mysterious species as Jedi Yoda. As-
Well, you're right.
yeah, it's Yaddle.
So Yaddle fucking died in between movies, or what
Well,
happened there?
Yaddle presumably got killed in Order 66.
Okay, so here let me pull up.
Yaddle was killed by Darth Vader.
Personally,
Yeah,
Well,
apparently.
didn't like Anakin like just fucking murder
I'm on the
everybody?
wiki right now. It says that Darth Vader killed Yaddle.
Okay, if you like zoom in on the picture, I just put in the chat, right? How the fuck are we supposed to know though that that person is female?
she's got
and they're on the
hair.
fucking edge. The fucking edge.
Okay,
blurred
that
got
just
the-
looks
hair.
like Yoda wearing a toupee.
It's
Thank
a girl
you.
Yoda.
We don't know that though. There's no lines.
And look,
given.
there's
no
that
female
fucker with the
empowerment.
penis for a head right in the center of the shot. Do you see him?
Again.
You can't, Augustine, back me up here.
No, I can see Yaddle, but it's
No,
it's
not
something
Yaddle. I'm
to-
talking about the guy in the center here.
Yes, I
in
see the
in
guy with the
photo?
very phallic looking head.
Yes,
You mean
that guy.
yeah? What about him?
He's got a penis for a head. I just want someone else
Yeah,
to
but
acknowledge
you know what? Fucking penis head gets a line. Motherfucker still gets a line, but fucking
he
Yaddle,
looks-
who we don't
okay,
even
okay.
know, doesn't get a
Miss
line.
Conehead over here looks like he's got like a fucked up penis. Yeah, I agree. But
Where are we going with this?
Well, that
Okay.
there was a girl Yoda on the.
no, I
on the
thought we
council.
were. I thought I can summarize this as Last Jedi is like a fucked up penis. It just doesn't work.
And when Yoda shows up as a ghost and Luke is so nonchalant about it, he's like, "Oh, hey, Yoda." Like, how often has Yoda been appearing and just messing with Luke?
I would
See,
watch a
that- I-
TV show about that.
And did you know Yoda can summon lightning as a ghost, so the ghost can still physically affect things?
I thought lightning was a Sith power.
Well, apparently Yoda can do it.
Is it because now he's beyond dark and light? Can
Well, he
just
doesn't
use
shoot it out
whatever?
of his hand. He just summons it from the sky. So I think if the lightning comes out of you, it's bad, and if it comes from the sky, it's good.
What's the fucking difference?
I don't know. One is the thing we saw Yoda do, and one is the thing that we saw Darth Sidious do.
I think it's just Ryan Johnson not giving a fuck. Like he was like,
He
I'll do
truly
whatever I
doesn't.
want.
And the thing is, Knives Out, his next movie, was actually really, really good. And I feel bad
No,
because
have you seen his other movies?
I've just seen Knives Out.
No.
Okay,
heard
because
Brick
all
was
of his
good.
other movies are good.
And then people talk like in the interviews, they talk like he came on set with like a shotgun and forced them all to shoot these scenes. Like all the actors are like, we didn't like the direction that our characters went. And then like Disney is like, oh, we're not happy with the direction that the director took it in.
But
It's like
they
Disney
approved the script.
Yeah, like it's not like this man is a lunatic that came in and directed his own movie while no one was
Yeah.
looking.
They're just trying to lay all the blame on him.
And then like
they could
which was
easily
really
they
fucked
could
up.
easily have told him we don't want to go in this direction. You have to rewrite.
And they were such pussies about it. And then the very next movie is like, actually, all that stuff was fake. It's like, what?
This is just an example of them not knowing what the hell they were doing.
And then
That's not fair to the director.
No, because J.J. Abrams ruined 2 different big sci-fi franchises
that were kind of rivals in a way, because Star Wars and Star Trek almost the antithesis of
and now they both got put into the blender and became like J.J. Abrams's gross milkshake of
they just became like the same generic shit apparently.
Because like
Star Trek,
like the first J.J. Abrams Star Trek, I had a fun time, but it turns out what I liked were the remnants of other Star Trek that was still left in there. And by the second one, when it was a pure J.J. Abrams product, I'm like, this is basically like tofu
random
based.
Explosions. Yeah.
Yeah. And then like the same thing, Force Awakens, I'm like, oh, that was fun. And then Rise of Skywalker, I'm like, that was dumb.
It was very dumb indeed. That doesn't. So did the guy? Okay, so the director for Last Jedi, because you guys were talking about the script, like the outlines, but there's no script or outline or any of. So that's not fair to him. Him coming in. That's not fair for him coming in with no like what they wanted the direction to be.
It's like, we don't know what we wanted, but we didn't want that. That's basically what happened. It's like we didn't.
And I don't think the direction that he took again, because I actually, out of the 3, I like The Last Jedi just better personally. Just like looking at it critiquingly wise.
I mean, that's a weird take, but it's valid.
Because like after rewatching it, like don't get me wrong, I think Force Awakens is fun, but it's only fun because of that nostalgia.
I made the mistake of seeing it more than once, and then I was like, oh wait, there's nothing here.
Yeah, that was a mistake. I only saw that movie one time.
I made the same mistake with Dark Knight. I'm like, wow, that was great. I'm gonna watch it again. And
I saw Blade Runner 2049 multiple times.
Oh my god, how are you still alive? That movie's like 20 years long.
Because it's fucking good. That's why.
Oh my god, Jared Leto, was he like required by law to be in every movie for a little bit there?
Yeah, I think so, but he was only in 2 scenes.
God damn, that
Jared
movie.
Leto is just an overrated.
And then how they just like steadfastly refuse to answer any questions about Decker, and they're really fucking coy about it.
Well, I'm okay with that because honestly, I just go with Deckard's a human. I don't give a fuck.
It doesn't make sense that he's weaker than all the robots.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what Ridley Scott says.
Why would the robot that hunts other robots be weaker than the robots? And also in the book, he's a human. But yeah, I know the book doesn't count.
Yeah, because it's just like an adaptation.
The book's actually pretty good. It has a terrible title, but it's pretty good.
But it is good in a different way. They're not exactly the same, which is fine. I'm okay with that because they don't try to.
I do love that, like the movie is like, well, maybe we're the real monsters for mistreating the robots, and the book is just like, fuck robots.
Like, well, yeah, because the replicants were a lot worse in the Andes were a lot worse in the book.
Yeah, they had no empathy and no feelings of compassion.
Whereas in Blade Runner, they actually do show empathy and yeah.
And they've also got cold loins in the fucking book. I remember that.
Dude, that'd be so awkward for like the pleasure models.
Yeah, from like the sex scene with the robots, like her cold loins. Like, Jesus, Philip K. Dick. I don't need to know.
Like, damn, dude. Like, why would anybody want to have sex with cold loins unless you're a necrophiliac?
It's just like, what are you? Are you like a butcher? Who uses phrases like that? I'm worried about.
I have no idea where we're going, but it like the fuck.
We're just criticizing his writing from this point.
Yeah, Philip Dick, he reads easy, but he's like he has a very fast prose style that just like shoots you from A to B.
Yeah. And then as far as but yeah, Blade Runner 2049, one of my favorite sci-fi movies ever made. I think it's better than the original.
Really? Okay.
And unlike
I'm gonna have to. I don't even like Blade Runner that much, but Blade Runner 2049 was like 10 hours long.
It's only 3 hours
I was
long.
nearly dead from starvation by the end of that movie. Like shit.
I don't. When I rewatch that movie, I don't feel it's long because I have so much to think about.
Oh my god. That movie
okay, but back to Star Wars and a movie that is sort of smart, but also not really.
What, Last Jedi smart?
No, it's like sort of trying to be
Honestly,
smart, but
every
not
time
really.
Mark Hamill was on screen being like kooky Lukey, I was like, I like this. Kooky Luke.
But see,
More
most people
like
don't
Kook
like
Skywalker.
most people don't like that though about this
Kook
movie.
Skywalker.
I think they were like, here,
Kook
Mark
Skywalker.
Hamill, here's the script. And Mark Hamill was like, nope, I'm going to do it my way. And
See,
that's
I
pretty much what happened.
like Luke Skywalker's direction of like he's just kind of done with everything.
It's like,
I know Mark
honestly,
Hamill didn't like it, but I
when he
liked it.
died in the movie, I was like, oh, I guess that, and then like the more I thought about it, the more I was like, that was so like, okay, they have him get sliced in half by the lightsaber. It's like, surprise, he's still alive. It's like, wow. And it's like, but now he's dead anyway. It's like, oh, why did you fake us out and then do it anyway? Like,
Why
I
did
feel like
Force
Rian
projecting
Johnson-
himself kill him?
apparently he had just decided he was at peace. That's what Rian Johnson said.
Why? There was still more to do.
I know he was at peace.
I know, right? What do you mean?
And Mark
He was
Hamill
finally
still
at
shows up in the
peace.
third movie for one scene. So
It's like, wow, I wish I hadn't killed
oh
myself.
no, not one scene, two scenes. He shows up at the very end again.
Oh god, and Leia's there too. Leia takes forever to become one with the Force.
They should have just had Leia die in between movies.
And they're trying to have a heartfelt conversation in front of her dead body in one scene.
They're trying to have a heartfelt conversation with deleted scenes of Carrie Fisher.
Yeah.
It's just so awkward. They should have just had her die in between movies. Like start with her funeral. That's what instead of that the dead speak bullshit, it should have been General Organa has died and the survive. Also, you know what does okay, so skipping forward to in between Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, it doesn't make any sense to me that they seem to have an army again by the time of Rise of Skywalker, which is only like a year later.
And there were like 6 people, and then everyone
were like
responds to
6 people.
the fucking distress signal. Everyone ignored it, and then in the next movie, when Lando sends out the distress signal, everybody comes because it's like Lando
probably
can
like
succeed at
Lando
everything
more.
Poe fails at.
No, Lando probably slept with everybody, and now they're just like, you know, okay, let's go.
Do you remember like?
Whoa! Why are we hating on Lando?
I'm not hating on him. I'm
Lando's
like, good for
cool.
you, Lando.
Remember
good
like a sexy Rocketeer girl with like the super tight red pants who like Poe was super hot for? Just so we all know that Poe's not gay.
Okay, but we're skipping ahead to the third movie.
Because there's not
Why not
much
just
more to
make
talk
Poe
about.
No, there's a lot to talk
bisexual?
about with Last Jedi. There's a lot to talk about with Last Jedi.
Okay, so
And
I
also,
really
I would have been fine with Poe being bi. That would have been fine.
I
that
love
would have
Luke.
been fine. Yeah.
And then every time it cut away from Luke to whatever the fuck Rose and Finn were doing, and then like Benicio del Toro was there. He's like,
dude, I don't understand why Benicio del Toro was in this fucking movie. He's not even in the next one.
That didn't make any sense at all. Like,
he's not
why?
even in the next film.
And it's like they hire this incredibly shady guy, and then he betrays them, and it's like, all right, that's kind
at
of
least
on them.
Benicio del Toro was like, well, it was kind of weird for you to trust me to begin with.
Yeah. They met him in jail. And then like they ride the horse thing, and then they let the horse thing go, and they're like, because it was wrong to enslave it. You didn't think that when you were riding around on it.
Casino Planet is easily one of the weakest sections of any Star Wars movie. Just because like they get arrested because of a parking ticket.
And then they never even meet the guy they were supposed to be finding. And
I know.
Like, so many people have said, like, what if the guy that they were meant to find was like Lando or like some other character we actually knew who we just saw for a second? Like that would have been fun. But no, it's just the fucking kids on that planet. The fucking kids. Do you remember at the end they've made their own Star Wars action figures to play with?
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. That just seems like
children are
advertising
playing with the fucking Star Wars toys in Star Wars.
They're basically just advertising to the kids, like, "Hey, be like them in the movie."
Why don't you have some fun Star Wars toys?
Tell your parents to spend a ton of money on this shit.
Reenacting the scenes from our fun movie. They're having fun. Ask your mom and dad to buy you some Star Wars toys.
That whole plot just kind of like, we were trying to invoke like sympathy onto like the normal people and like bring them into the picture of the movie, then okay, but it was just not executed well at all. I think that was kind of the point, to talk about like, you know, the normal, what happens to like the normal people, the people who are not in the Resistance and the people who are not necessarily like in the New Order, like the bad guys, basically. What is going on with the normal people?
Okay, go ahead, and then I'll.
They did a better job of that in the original movies, where we saw like half an hour on Tatooine before we got involved in anything. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Give me a break.
No, and I agree. Like it said, it just wasn't executed properly, I feel like. And now we just have a bunch of weird scenes with Benicio del Toro, which, like, why? Sure. Okay.
And then, like, his stupid fucking plan, Poe's idiotic plan, gets everyone killed because he's a dumbass. And we had to
again
watch
is
that.
like, why are we hating on Hulda? Because, like, she had already had the plan to,
Yeah.
with the ship.
Yeah, why did they wait so long?
Of course, in the next movie, they tell us that never works, and it was a 1,000,000 to 1 shot that it worked. But like,
and she was lambasting Poe for making risky decisions, and that was like the riskiest decision of them all.
well, like Poe is putting other people at risk. That's the thing. Poe is a jackass. He comes up with these ridiculous, dangerous suicide missions and sends other people to do them. And then he abandoned his mission in the first movie just because he woke up and no one was there. So he's like, "Yeah, just went home." It's like you forgot about your important fucking like secret data tape of Luke's location. You just fucked off. Like, my God, Poe is the worst, and he's that way because they rewrote it so he didn't die. And if he's not dead, the only reason he has for not participating in the action in the last movie is that he's just a callous asshole.
But see, it's really weird because the way Poe is written is like like you're saying, they kept him alive beyond the original intent. But then he's brought back in the sequels, and he's like really important, but he also doesn't fit, which is so weird because like we've said repeatedly, there was no outline for this trilogy, and they're writing them movie by movie, and yet he's still written like they're shoehorning him in instead of building the story around the characters who are going to be in there.
And then like
It's
Rose's
really
sister,
strange.
who I think is the only other Asian person we've ever seen except for those guys from the raid in the last movie. That's the thing. Everyone's related to everybody if they're the same race in these movies. That's just how it works.
Apparently.
It's weird. Anyways, you were saying though? Or was that it?
No, that was it. It's just so weird that like they didn't outline these movies, and yet Poe still feels like he's shoehorned in every movie.
Well, like everyone except Rey feels like they're shoehorned in by the end.
Yeah, by the last film, it really is just the only important characters are Rey and Kylo Ren. Everyone
and I'm
else
take
is
this
superfluous.
in a weird direction here. Did you see Frozen 2?
I actually did.
It's weirdly similar to Rise of Skywalker, the way that Elsa like abandons everyone to go to her secret like mission at the end.
Oh, spoiler alert
for Frozen 2.
But
it's like it's weird how many parallels there are between Frozen 2 and fucking
basically she's the fucking Avatar.
Oh, you can't have that.
All right. Do either of you think that it would have been better or worse had Mark Hamill turned out to be evil?
I don't know. I would have really felt betrayed.
You don't have to make him evil, but you can make it, if you were leading into the direction of him being a gray Jedi in the sense, then fucking go with that,
Yeah, they should have just taken more influence
with that.
from Knights of the Old Republic too.
Cat is trying to eat a glass
Which
right now.
seems like what they were going for, but I'm unsure.
Because he makes, if you, again, for those of us that have played
KOTOR 2, I've never played it.
Do you want the spoiler?
Yes, please.
Okay. So basically at the end of the game, you meet your mentor at the end and you're supposed to defeat her. And her shtick is basically she wants to kill the Force because, it doesn't work with being a Sith and it doesn't work with being a Jedi. It's just too much people die for no reason, no matter which side you are on. So she's basically trying to kill off the Force with the exile because the Jedi exile had the ability to cut herself off from the Force, which is what they did in Last Jedi, where Rey says, "Oh, you've cut yourself off from the Force," and that I think that is from KOTOR 2. I don't know if they took it from that video game, but that's where the vibes I was
they
getting.
took the martial arts from another video game, so clearly the video games are fair game for references.
And so that's basically the whole plot at the end of the game. And you basically have to kill her because, the Force is, which is a whole other issue too, because in the original movies, it's supposed to be like this ethereal thing, but then in the prequels, it's now fucking basically mitochondria,
the
bacteria
midichlorians,
or
they
whatever.
feed off the Force. So if you have them in your system, it means you're very Force sensitive. They're not actually the Force themselves.
No, but that was just kind of like a weird angle to go with
Yeah,
that.
George Lucas said,
I
"Oh, it's
under-
supposed to show how the Jedi have lost touch with the mystical side of the Force." That's what George Lucas said.
And Connor said that's how George Lucas sounds like.
The power of myth.
So
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
So,
Anakin is the key to all this.
No, Jar Jar is the key to all this. He's a funnier character than we've ever had.
I'm sorry, Jessica.
Darth Plagueis strikes again. Sorry, I like that theory a lot.
All right, so
even
as
though
far
Darth
as
gets so much shit on.
The Jar Jar is Darth Plagueis?
Yes.
That would have been great.
Wait, but Darth Plagueis got killed by his own apprentice, and it was ironic.
You know what? If everybody's coming back to fucking life, you might as well just throw that in there too.
He could save others from death, but not himself. So actually, wait a second. That's probably how Palpatine came back, the same way that Darth Plagueis could raise people from the dead.
Do you know how? Well, let's get into him coming back when we talk about the last.
Okay, right. So where are we in Last Jedi?
So Last Jedi begins with we skipped ahead of Casino Planet. Let's go back to Snoke for a sec at the very beginning of the film when Kylo Ren meets up with him again. So in Force Awakens, Snoke came off as like sort of a reasonable leader. You know, like he actually tells Kylo Ren evacuate.
Main baddie. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's like, dude, evacuate. I really would prefer you not die right now. So he kind of seemed like, yeah, he's evil, but at least he kind of seems to be logical and not, stupid. And then as soon as Last Jedi begins, he's like a completely different character who's like, you have fucking failed me. And he's like pissed off and all this shit. And I'm like, this doesn't seem like the hologram from the last movie at all. It was really weird.
Did anybody actually think he was going to be a giant?
That would have been cool.
Because he was a giant every time he showed up as a hologram.
But then it turns out it's just a giant hologram.
He's just like Hugh Hefner, like a shriveled up old man in a bathrobe.
Yeah, that's exactly. He looks like that Austin Powers movie, Goldmember.
Goldmember? He does.
He looks like Goldmember.
He's like the worst designed villain.
See, at least in Austin Powers, it's a comedy.
Yeah,
but
this was not the
movie,
purpose of Snoke. He was not supposed to be the comedic relief.
I mean, I gotta give props for comedic relief. Just we missed it, but the line in Force Awakens where he goes, "Well, use the Force," and Han Solo goes, "That's not how the Force works."
That was one of my favorite scenes from Force Awakens is when he's like, when Finn is just like, well, we'll use the Force. And he's like, that's not how the Force works. Like, because he doesn't even have a connection to the Force. He's just like a regular dude. And even he's like, that is not how that shit works, man. Like, get your shit straight. Okay, but let me get a picture of Snoke in his fucking bathrobe and Goldmember here.
Oh god, his gold trimmed bathrobe. He didn't even put on any goddamn pants this morning. He's over here. He's inviting like a 20-year-old girl up to his chambers. He's got no pants on. Like, come on.
We don't have to take it that way, y'all.
It's true.
Already like a bad villain.
No, wait. What did Connor say? I wasn't paying attention. I was laughing at Snoke.
He's inviting a young girl up to his room and he's got no pants on when she shows up. So,
I don't want that image in my head.
I don't either. I like Andy Serkis.
Is Andy Serkis Snoke? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he plays Snoke.
He's like every CGI character ever. Hey, remember when he was Claw in the Marvel movies, and for the whole of Age of Ultron they called him Clow for some reason?
Okay, it says Goldmember.
All right, so look at this shit. Does he not look like fucking Goldmember?
He totally does. Like, it's exact.
Shit. But without hair, it's so funny.
He looks like Goldmember had he fallen into a vat of acid or some bullshit.
Also, his guards, I thought maybe they were the Knights of Ren. You notice we never really find out what their deal is.
Well, we just know that they work under Kylo and they die in the last movie.
Yeah,
but they don't do shit.
They just randomly show up after 2 movies with no fanfare. And he's like, me and my knights are going to go check it out. And then they're just there. It's like, I thought maybe they were these guys, but they weren't.
Maybe Kylo Ren is just pissed because his Knights of Ren are fucking shit.
Everything about him is shitty. His lightsaber, his helmet. And then he stops wearing the helmet in Last Jedi, and then he's wearing it again in the next movie.
just because Abrams was like, we need another toy.
But like in Last Jedi, it really seemed like Ren and Snoke and who's the other guy? Hux.
Which other guy?
Ren and Snoke and Hux. It seemed like they were like the only people in charge, and then like Hux and Ren were in charge after Snoke died, and then in the next movie, suddenly there's all these old people who are also there that we've never seen before.
These movies just aren't consistent. That's why you can't get invested in them. They keep changing shit with every movie. There was no outline for how this shit works.
Yeah. They just like, you presume to command my army.
They just
it's
keep
not
introducing
cohesive.
Shit.
It's all over the place.
That's not even getting into like wasted characters like Poe and Rose.
And
like think about Rose. Rose is such a waste of a character. And actually, I feel so bad for the actress who plays her because she got so much shit just for being in Last Jedi. And okay, her character's not great, but I don't think she was bad. It's just the script is
I feel bad about talking shit about the casino scenes because those are her big scenes, and it's like, honestly, if she had a better subplot, would she have gotten less hate? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know, but still.
But the thing is, she got harassed. She got treated so badly.
Oh my god!
And then by the third movie, in the last of the trilogy, she doesn't do shit.
She's just like, hey, last chance, Rose, you want to come with us? And she's like, no.
No thanks.
And it's like the people that go with Rey don't do anything.
It comes off as so cowardly on Disney's
The whole of that movie is just like being spooked by how mad people got about stuff and trying to walk everything back.
Trying to make sure they hit $1 billion in box office.
Say what you will about George Lucas, he had a vision, and when people didn't like it, he was just like, well, you can go suck a dick. And it's just...
Yeah, basically.
That was George Lucas.
That point.
Wait, why were you doing a Mickey Mouse voice for George
That's what
Lucas?
He sounds like. Hi, it's me, George Lucas.
Hey, you know what? I'll give George Lucas props for something. He was some guy from Modesto, which is near where I live, and he's like a billionaire.
Yeah, no, he made it happen.
Good for him. Good for him.
And it's like, honestly, weirdly, like all of his ideas seem to be terrible. Like whenever he's left to his own devices, we get Radioland Murders or Howard the Duck. And yeah,
well, Howard the Duck was an adaptation, though.
Well, yes, but it wasn't anything like the comic book.
No, I suppose it
wasn't.
wasn't.
And then like Strange Magic, Radioland Murders.
I think George Lucas works better.
I like Strange Magic. I think it's a cute movie. I watched that with my niece.
I feel like George Lucas works better as he comes up with the general idea and everybody else fleshes it out and cuts out what doesn't work.
But see, that would, require working with other people and, paying people to do their fucking job instead of being fucking assholes or cowards.
Well, he was already paying people for those prequels. Yeah. The problem was that nobody wanted to say anything.
And like he had an outline for the 3 movies that he gave to Disney and they ignored it and opted instead of his outline to have no outline.
Maybe it was bad, or maybe
but at least it would have been planned from the fucking start.
I feel like they didn't want his name on it.
Probably
because the prequels had been so badly received.
Like, all of the marketing was like, this is going to be different. There's not going to be as much CGI. There were more models and like model work in Revenge of the Sith than in any of the old Star Wars movies. Like they actually kind of pretended that a lot of their practical effects were CGI because they thought people would like that better, which is the most backwards thing imaginable.
Well,
but there
were
don't so many models in that movie.
At the time, I think it was reasonable because CG, like good CG. Decent CG was seen as like a big selling point at the time. Mm-hmm. And now everything looks good, so nobody gives a shit.
Yeah. I think that's like the appeals though to the original Star Wars movies is the practical effects that that they were working with compared to like. But
it's like the thing is, there's more practical effects in the prequels than there were in the original movies. There's just also really shitty CGI effects in a lot of scenes.
I don't think that's a fair criticism for the prequels being like when people like want to throw that in there. Like
people are always like, "Oh, the CG made it bad." No, the fact that none of the actors spoke or moved like human beings. Like it all comes down to the actors. And like say what you will, at least Finn is kind of charming. John Boyega, his American accent is convincing. I don't know why he has to do one and Daisy Ridley doesn't have to do one.
Yeah, no offense to John Boyega.
And he's like, it's because I'm from the bad part of London. It's like you all sound like fucking clowns to Americans, no matter what part of London you're from.
I think it's like If you wanted an American accent, why not hire an American black actor?
Somehow, American actors apparently cost more money, I heard, but I don't know how that works or if that's even true.
How? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
Oh,
but I mean, they shot the old Star Wars
argument.
in England. That's why, like, all the supporting characters are English in the old Star Wars movies, like Peter Cushing and all those various people on the Death Star. And Wedge. Wedge wouldn't come back. Apparently, he was offered, and he said he wouldn't do it. And it's like, what have you got going on, Wedge Antilles from Star Wars Episode 4?
Yeah. It sucks to even talk about The Last Jedi because then when you get to Rise of Skywalker, it just basically invalidates the whole thing.
Nothing matters.
Nothing matters.
And it's like, do you know the theme song?
Wait, go ahead.
The theme song that Sonic the Hedgehog had in the early 2000s, It Doesn't Matter? No? Augustine, come on, Sonic Adventure.
What about Sonic Adventure?
The It Doesn't Matter song that was Sonic's theme song.
Oh, it doesn't matter? I don't know.
That was his theme song. It was like this weirdly nihilistic theme song he had, and honestly, that's I want to cut in a clip from that to talk about Last Jedi. It doesn't matter. It's like nothing that happens. You could just skip movies and you wouldn't miss much, except Luke died at some point.
Yeah, Luke died at some point and Snoke died. That's about it. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
Well, the chorus for that song is, "It doesn't matter now what happens. I will never give up the fight."
Yeah, as long as the voice inside tells me to run and fight, it doesn't matter who's wrong and who's right. So Sonic is beyond good and evil, all right? Sonic doesn't care. He just wants to fight people.
I've always seen Sonic as just like a guy who likes being thrilled, and that's about it. I don't really see him as
a guy that likes adventure.
Dragon Ball Z, so he's like the Goku of that world.
Well, I mean, he also turns into Super Sonic, just the same way that Goku turns into a Super Saiyan.
Goku's whole thing is he just wants to be stronger.
Which is a lame thing to just aspire to, but okay.
Well, yeah, I can see that, but I also you can also see it as a positive thing to tell like your audience, like, hey, you should always seek to improve as a person. But I think Goku's a bad example because he's a lot
of people killed,
and he's also a shitty dad.
he lets Cell heal himself. He lets Cell heal himself because it wouldn't be fair to fight him when he wasn't at full strength.
Even though Cell had just committed genocide. So yeah, maybe Goku's not the best example. Maybe try to learn life lessons from Dragon Ball Z is a bad.
Maybe try to learn from Vegeta instead, or no, learn from Gohan, who fucking gave up the life to have a family.
Or from Krillin. Krillin's fine.
And like, Krillin got married to a hot robot lady, so you know.
Krillin is well, in the Japan she's a cyborg, so she's not a robot.
Like she got married to a hot cyborg lady.
Yeah, she has human parts. So.
Well, that doesn't make things worse. That makes things better, I think.
No, that's what I'm saying. That she's a cyborg means that Krillin's not just, fucking a robot. But okay, let's go back to Star Wars and not Dragon Ball.
Yeah, how come there were no hot robot ladies in Star Wars? What's going on with
that? No, there wasn't Solo, and she wasn't hot, but Lando still banged her.
God, that was so weird. She was the only one that seemed to ever mention that droids should have rights. Like, what a strange topic to bring up for the first time.
And then that character died. So.
Yeah, but then she's apparently the brain of the Falcon.
Well, you know what? Let's not get into Solo. Solo's got its own problems.
Just one thing.
Okay.
There are no Falcons in the world of Star Wars, but he named his ship the Falcon.
Maybe Falcons are weird alien things in that galaxy far, far away. I mean, I'm pretty sure that nobody is speaking English in a galaxy far, far away.
Oh, they're speaking Galactic Basic.
Which I'm pretty sure wouldn't sound like English.
Well, it just happens to sound like English to the untrained ear.
No, I'm pretty sure it's just because it's a movie. And they're not going to make up a fake language like in Panzer Dragoon or some shit. Okay. And even that's a combination of Earth languages. But okay, back to Last Jedi. So, yeah, that whole thing about Rey and her parents being a secret, and then Kylo Ren is just like, nah, they weren't anybody. That ends up being like, fucking pointless.
Snoke is like, read the minds. You can tell we're telling the truth. It's like, so apparently we can't trust that anymore. The whole search your feelings thing that they do.
No, it doesn't make sense either because Snoke is just like a puppet for Palpatine, and Palpatine knew the truth. right?
It was
Well,
just.
yeah, I don't think Snoke didn't know. I think Snoke was just a liar.
No. So is Snoke a clone acting on its own, or is it Palpatine controlling a puppet body?
He's
Because
acting on his own.
I interpreted it as Palpatine is acting through a puppet body based on what they say in Rise of Skywalker.
Also, what an odd choice to kill off your main villain in the second out of 3 movies.
Well, I'm just shocked that they actually approved that choice.
Yeah, and then Disney's like, I can't believe that Rian Johnson did all this stuff. It's like, Disney, you just let him do whatever, really?
You let him film your like $300 million movie.
It's like, what, did he just do it in an afternoon when you weren't looking and show up with a finished film?
You act like they cared. They cared if any thought was given into
It's like,
it.
usually I'm like, no, they cared. No, this case, they totally didn't.
They did not give one fuck. They bought a franchise and was like, it's gonna sell.
They wanted to sell
a fan base.
And then, like, the toys are even bad. Someone said, like, they made dolls to try and appeal to girls, but, like, 5 out of the 6 dolls were, like, white lady with brown hair. Which is like, oh, they're all very different characters, but to a girl, like, it's like they're the same doll. And then you can't even change their clothes. They come with pants molded on. So, like, why the hell would you want a doll and you can't even change the clothes on the doll? They're bad toys. The whole franchise exists to sell toys, and you can't even make good toys.
That's just.
Yeah, they fucked up on many counts. Yeah, Casino Planet ends up going nowhere. Benicio del Toro ends up going nowhere because he's not even in the next one.
And then, like,
Rose
okay, so who are the
Tycho goes
contractors
nowhere.
building the ships? Because apparently the same contractors are building ships for both sides, and that the war is just continuing because of the military-industrial complex. Like,
Yeah,
isn't that
would have
weird?
been an interesting take.
yeah, that's a pretty
Then
heavy
we're
thing to
just-
bring up and then just forget, you know?
Forget about it. Yeah.
Instead they go back to Evil Space Wizard.
It's
in the
like, I
next
want them
one.
to go after, like, the military-industrial complex. That would have been a fresh take. That would have been a cool direction.
Yeah, but it's also more political than Evil Space Wizard. And
Well,
then,
you know,
like, China
But
is
you
also
can
a
make
military
that-
industrial complex. So.
but, like, when Revenge of the Sith came out, like, Palpatine was George Bush. Like, there was no getting around it. And then apparently he was originally supposed to be based on Richard Nixon, which just tells you how much this stuff repeats over and over again. Like, in THX 1138, a lot of the stuff the bad guy says is word for word from Nixon's speeches.
Yeah, back when George Lucas was trying to be an artist and he realized toys, like, just, movie toys make a lot more money.
But, like, even toyetic George Lucas was putting in some digs at George Bush. Like, one George versus another.
Yeah, but he also had full creative control. It wasn't like with Disney where they're like,
it's
we
like,
gotta sell this to the Chinese market, the Russian market.
say what you will about George Lucas, he had something to say. People didn't like what he had to say, but he had something to say.
Well, I
No,
like
I
his
think,
ideas. I just think the movies themselves kind of were iffy.
And it's like, there's so much interesting stuff in those movies. A lot of the action sequences are pretty fun, like the chase scene in episode 2 when they're in the cars and Anakin jumps down, and then of course all the dialogue ruins it. It's like, that was some shortcut, Anakin. They went completely t'other way. And Anakin's like, excuse me.
Sand. I don't like sand. It gets everywhere.
Of course,
Oh my
it's
god,
everywhere.
I hate
Not
that
like this
line.
place.
Not
then,
like
like,
you.
he's in
That's
the-
like
How-
romantic,
How
right?
am I supposed to be turned on by such a comment?
Jessica, don't you love it when somebody tries to flatter you by comparing you to the opposite of sand?
Remember when he was a little
So
kid and
romantic.
Natalie Portman was like a teenager and he's like, "Are you an angel?"
Oh my god!
And then at the end,
that was one of his worst ideas.
like,
Honestly.
teen Natalie Portman is looking at him and she like bites her lip. She's like,
Yeah, that's so gross. I know that Natalie Portman wasn't that much older.
she was only like 5 years older than him, but like,
but still,
it's enough of a difference that it's weird.
Yeah, considering he was like what, 9?
Yeah,
It's not like 2 kids being, little kids, right? Like they have a crush on each other. No,
it's like
it's
freshman in
she's
high
like-
school versus like third grader.
Yeah, basically. It's so
My thing is, if they were going for that angle for Padme and Anakin to get together, why not just have Anakin be older? Like,
it wouldn't have changed the plot either.
it wouldn't really have
Same shit
changed the
happens.
plot.
Same shit would happen.
So
Yeah, he could
if-
still be a teenager slave. Like, that's not like.
If being queen is an elected position, why is a child the queen? Like, the only reason a child ruler makes sense is if you were born into it, I think. Like, there shouldn't be a child queen if they're elected. People shouldn't vote for a small child to be in charge of their country or planet or whatever.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I'm gonna just already point out this is just me lack of knowledge, so I'm just kind of like throwing this out here. Do you think it just already had to deal with like Palpatine was already pulling the strings because he's from Naboo himself, correct?
Yeah, I didn't realize that the first time I watched the movies, and then it had to be pointed out to me. But apparently, yeah, he's from Naboo. So maybe he was behind it. She talks about how she and a bunch of other kids were trained to be politicians from a young age.
Yeah. So it doesn't it's not too ludicrous for, but then yeah, it's weird. It doesn't
Can you believe
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that Ewan McGregor was in Moulin Rouge in between Star Wars movies. Like, that's a weird
I love
departure.
Ewan McGregor.
Everybody loves him. He's great. Apparently, this may lose us our monetization again. We'll get double unmonetized. Apparently, he has a very big penis.
Wait,
I am for that.
Yeah, there was like Ewan McGregor. There was like a news story about it, and so it wasn't him that said it. It was somebody else. They said it's a testament to his character that you're hearing this from me and not from him. But he has a very
Wait, who said that?
Who said that? Let me see. I just googled big penis Ewan McGregor. Let's see if I.
Wow.
Let me see here. Jude somebody. Who's this? Oh no, Leonardo DiCaprio coming up short. Oh god. Mr. Mann apparently compiled a database of the 10 largest.
How?
I don't know. Somebody.
I mean, how do you verify this without, getting into people's business?
Exactly.
Like, we're just going off people's word about it, basically.
I guess. I'm trying to see who said. Here we go. Is too polite to tell us. That's what it says here. Ewan McGregor is too polite to tell us about his large penis. According to Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell?
Yeah, Colin Farrell. Let me see here. What does Colin Farrell have to say? I don't think Ewan is as proud of his penis as most men who are well hung would, or should, or could be. I think that that's the greatest demonstration of his innate humility, that he doesn't wear it like a badge of honor. That's a quote from Colin Farrell.
Okay, but he doesn't say what size.
Well, they just talk about their dicks?
No, it's because Ewan McGregor has done full nude scenes before, and I guess Colin Farrell was in a movie with him during that nude scene, and he saw it.
Okay.
But nobody is apparently measuring these, so I don't really. It's not in my business either. We don't have
concrete evidence.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's invite Ewan McGregor to come on the show, and we'll
let's interview him and say.
I mean, he's going to be in a new Disney Plus show. He needs the publicity.
No,
right?
You know what? He'll probably be like, "This is the first time I've ever heard about what Colin Farrell said." Like, it came from you guys. I actually I had no idea that Colin Farrell.
We're getting like double secret demonetized because of this, but still, the world needed to know.
We're not even monetized.
I know they're going to make it so that we actually owe them money. Is what's going to happen.
All right, so
you owe us money.
So
we're not even in the black. We're in the red. We're in the
back to Ewan McGregor. Well, not Ewan McGregor. To Kylo Ren and Rey. Do you think that their weird romance connection thing is a little strange?
Apparently,
that was the direction.
A lot of fans liked that, but I've never met a single person who liked that.
Yeah, I've not met a single person in real life who liked it. Yeah.
No, it's just I already saw that that's where they were going, but why? Like, it's not necessary.
Remember his shirtless scene where he's got pants up to his goddamn nipples?
And she's like, "Do you have a cowl or something?"
Yeah, he's like, "It's not a good time for me either." His ridiculous,
that was actually
deep
funny. I don't also, that wasn't necessary. I feel.
Isn't Adam Driver like 10 years older than? Well, isn't Kylo Ren supposed to be 10 years older than Rey?
I don't.
He's supposed to be like. He's supposed to be 30 or something, and Rey's
Remember
like
when Luke tried to murder a child because he had a dream?
Yeah, that's also incredibly stupid.
Yeah, maybe.
But then that would, if you're leaning him to be more towards a gray Jedi, then why didn't they just fucking go with that?
And then those shots of like Leia training, like young Leia training with Luke, and you realize that was like an entirely CGI creation, that young Leia. Like Luke, at least maybe they worked off of Mark Hamill to make it, but then
it looks pretty bad to me. I could tell it was.
Well, it's like Peter Cushing. The first time we see him in Rogue One, it's a reflection in a window. It's like, oh, that's clever. They don't want us to be able to scrutinize it,
and
but
then
he just keeps coming back.
And then he just turns around, and you see him.
It's just like what's his name? The dude Jeff Bridges in Tron. Do you remember he like the first time we see him, he's looking away from the camera. It's like his reflection in a window, and then he turns around and he's just this monstrosity.
Well, at least it kind of fit in there because it was an evil AI, right?
But we were supposed to be in the real world for that first scene. After that, it was fine.
You're right.
It was like evil computer Jeff Bridges. But that first scene, they were so proud of what they'd done, and they should not have been. And it's like Disney has been pushing this stupid de-aging thing for the longest time, and it's never been good.
Why just get a different actor?
Yeah.
Just say fuck it.
Like there was a woman that looked like Mon Mothma who they just hired to be Mon Mothma. No. I've heard they're making a James Dean movie now using the same technology to just make a fake James Dean.
No. We need that shit canceled. We need that shit canceled.
Just stop. Like
he was only in 3 movies. Like
I'm all for doing reboots, but like there are just certain things that are just like, why?
You can't reboot the dead.
CG didn't even exist when James Dean was alive. So
you're just in hell, and they're like, don't worry, they're rebooting you. You're going to be in the new Star Wars movie.
It's just like, can we get some originality? No, we can't. We can't get original movies, so we're just gonna take it from other media and just make the media we love.
It's like even the sequels to existing franchises are not new stories. Like even that base level of originality isn't here.
So did you think it was? Do you know what I think this movie should have ended with? Instead of that stupid salt planet fight that was like another 40 minutes of an ending.
Yeah, my God, that movie felt like it was over when they killed Snoke, and then it just kept going.
It should have. Oh wait, go ahead.
It should have been the cliffhanger, honestly.
Yep. I think. No, you go ahead, and then I'll tell you what I think.
I'm going back to my Rogue One argument, where if your main villain dies and the movie just keeps fucking going, maybe you should rethink. Like maybe your villain should have been important to the plot.
Oh wait, aside. So in Casino Royale, do you think the movie should have ended earlier?
Casino Royale?
Yeah, the James Bond movie. After the main.
In the book, Lashif dies at like the halfway point, and it just goes on for another, however many pages.
And they basically did that for the movie almost.
And they even added more shit onto the beginning, so there's even more unnecessary junk in there. And it's like I feel like
I've seen Casino Royale. I don't remember any characters. I was just happened to be at my parents' house and it was on, so I was like, okay, well, I'll watch it.
Okay, but you remember the guy who cries blood, though, right? Jessica.
Chief.
He was the main villain, played by Mads Mikkelsen.
Nobody's really.
I love Mads Mikkelsen. Okay, yeah. Can we talk about the torture scene? How like?
Oh yeah.
Why?
Wait, which torture scene?
I mean, it was in the book where he hits him with the fucking.
Oh, in James Bond? Yeah, that's in the book.
He's got the hole in the chair and he just hits him. He even makes the speech. It's like people waste all this money on torture devices when you just hit somebody in the balls over and over again. It's like you make sense. Oddly realistic for a series where usually when James Bond gets captured, he gets like a laser pointed at him. It's like I'm just gonna hit him in the balls over and over again.
I actually liked him as a villain because he wasn't super powerful and he was actually afraid of other people.
And there was a major thing where James Bond in the book was afraid he would be impotent if he ever got away. And him sleeping with Vesper billion times over the rest of the book was supposed to be him proving to himself that he could heal from what.
What? That actually makes sense for James Bond. Though.
That is like what.
Well, I feel like
thought the movie was trash. But
I feel like the book started out as like a travelogue of fucking Ian Fleming's Vacation, because like the entire second half is him just describing James Bond hanging out with Vesper on the beach for like 100 pages of a 200-page book. And it's just like somebody was like, nobody will read a book about you going on vacation. Make the main character a secret agent. So he just tacked in a beginning part.
Well, to be fair, he was a secret agent in real life, though.
Oh, that's true. Oh, are you familiar with the American TV version of Casino Royale?
No, I know that there's a comedic one, but let's go back to Star Wars. I only brought up Casino Royale as an example of a movie that goes on for quite a bit after the main villain dies.
I mean, that is taking after the book, but I feel like I just have to say that Lashif, he's Mads Mikkelsen, right? He was Peter Lorre in the American TV version, and then he was Orson Welles in the comedy film version. So this one character has been just an incredibly diverse amount of actors.
I don't know. I'd say that's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Peter Lorre and Orson Welles.
Okay, so back to Snoke dying. I think the movie should have ended on a cliffhanger right when Kylo Ren offers his hand to Rey. It tells her like, "Hey, will you join me?" And then should have ended on her looking at him.
But then, like, two movies in a row end with Rey looking at somebody when they offer their hand.
That's fine. Whatever. It's at least an interesting cliffhanger.
You know? And then we come back and he's like, "No!" And then the movie keeps going. Like, did anybody really think Rey was going to fall to the dark side?
It would have been. No, not the dark side. A different side. You know,
different side.
The gray
side. Kill it if you have to.
The gray side or whatever they want to call it.
Okay, the first one for Force Awakens, they should have just stopped. There should not have been a fight scene with Kylo Ren and Rey. Like, just stop it. Like, what, Finn and Kylo Ren? Sure, absolutely. So that way we're not given a second stupid, like, fight between... I think that would have just made it better. Now,
also, Luke Skywalker would still be alive for the third film.
Yeah, like, why are we throwing all of this? It's just, like, just shoving shit after shit after shit at us.
Can we just say that they bet really badly on who would still be alive by the time the third movie came out?
True. Like the only actress or the only actor at all that died is the one whose character they left alive.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. Nobody could have guessed that at the time.
Poor Carrie Fisher.
Yeah. I should read some of her books. I heard they're good.
She did Postcards from the Edge, right?
I don't know. I haven't read any of her books. I heard they're good though. So I should
made a movie based on that one, Postcards from the Edge. God, she was going to be in Clue, and apparently she was in rehab at the time.
That sounds about right.
Oh, who was she going to play?
She was going to be Miss Scarlet.
Oh, you're talking about the older movie with like Tim Curry?
Wait, was there a new Clue?
I think so.
No, the way you said that, I thought there was going to be like.
Oh no, she was going to be in Clue. She was just in rehab at the time because this was during her coke phase. But yeah, she's going to be Miss Scarlet. Who would she have been?
They are trying to remake Clue though.
They are?
Yeah.
I feel like Clue was a once in a lifetime board game made into a good movie type of deal.
I love that movie. That's a good movie.
Yeah, communism was just a red herring. Let's just do a Clue podcast now. I feel like that's like the Star Wars podcast. There's a million of them. I don't think anyone's out here doing a Clue podcast.
You know what? We could do a podcast next week on Clue if you want.
Because like, okay, Clue, Battleship. How many movies based on board games? That's the only two I can think of. Monopoly never happened. Candyland.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Is that a board game though? There's no board. There's just well, I guess if you have a dungeon map,
depends on the tabletop.
Yeah. Also, God, that movie.
Ouija board movies.
Oh yeah, they made a bunch of those. So yeah, that's a board game. Chess, the musical. They never made that into a movie, but there was a concert film.
Chess, the what?
Oh, it's really great. You should check it out. It's actually about the American and Soviet chess champions going at it in Murano, and it's a fun. It's One Night in Bangkok is from that musical.
Let's see, movies based off board games, because
Imagine Parcheesi the movie. 1313 Dead End Drive. I would watch the hell out of that movie if they made it. That was like the coolest board game. It was about setting up death traps. It was like Clue, but like more interesting.
All right, so
Monopoly.
Well, that's been in the planning stages for decades.
And then there's a documentary on it, but it's not an actual like story or anything.
Oh, Clue. Yep. There's a movie from Candy. Ooh.
Okay, you know what? One of my favorite lines from the Clue movie, though, from what I remember watching, was when in one of the endings where one of the characters is like he was pretending to be gay, right? And
like,
then
I'm
at the
gonna
end,
go home.
I'm gonna go home and sleep with my wife.
It's like, thank God they reassured us none of the characters are gay, just like they did in Rise of Skywalker, where we got to see Poe making
but
kissy
I
eyes
think
at a random woman.
okay, I get that part, but I think the line itself is funny in
Yeah.
context of what's going on.
Barbie is not a board game.
But I brought us back around to Star Wars. Did you hear how I did?
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, Barbie is
to
not a
last
board game in that movie. Like, are they counting the direct-to-video Barbie?
I don't know. That Hot Wheels.
Hot Wheels is not a board game.
That's not a board game. That's bullshit. Okay, sorry. Let's focus on the task at hand.
I think you need to have a board. And, like, are you on Wikipedia right now?
No, I'm just looking at different things.
Because like I'm here on Wikipedia, and there's like 4, and they're counting Warhammer 40,000 as a board game here.
You know how they could have made Last Jedi worse?
What? How?
If Ben Solo had taken on the game Kylo Starkiller, that would have been bad.
Wait, hold on, repeat that again. I'm sorry.
Taken on the name Kylo Starkiller, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Not the game, because there was a game where you played as Starkiller, but I don't think anybody liked it.
No, but wasn't Luke's original name supposed to be Starkiller?
Yeah, it was. Well, like there was Starkiller, and then there was a character named Luke Skywalker who was like a different person. I just sent Yaddle again. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to do something else here.
Yeah, I was confused why you said Yaddle.
Don't like a fucking Yaddle.
You just want me to you just want us to admire her toupee or whatever.
Okay. This board game. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 3 of them are Ouija, and one of them is Warhammer. So, like,
yeah, it's just Dungeons and Dragons, Clue, Ouija. That's it, and then Candyland and Battleship. That's it.
Candyland's not even on the Wikipedia list here.
No, I know. I'm looking at a different.
Wait, films based on game shows? Is that real? Oh, Legends of the Hidden Temple? They made that into a movie?
And we can't count Monopoly.
They never made that. Or was it a documentary?
Well, I wouldn't count I wouldn't count that as a what I mean, like a movie.
Okay, so back to Star Wars. Do either of you think it's a big shame that Carrie Fisher and Luke Skywalker have no scenes together?
They do, though.
That is very
They
stupid.
do. In Last Jedi, they have a scene together.
What was the scene?
When Ghost Luke is talking to Leia, and he goes, "I have to tell you something," and she's like, "I know," and it's kind of a callback to the Han Solo thing.
No, I mean in person. Like they were more actually involved in the plot together.
Well, I mean, now you're moving the goalposts. They talk to each other. They're on screen together. What do you want?
Okay, well, nobody is satisfied with some fucking bullshit ghost shit going on. Like, come on.
That was just why.
You're gonna make movies like I don't know what 30 years later, and you're gonna bring back these people who are a lot older now, and you're not gonna have them interact on screen.
They do interact on screen. I don't understand what you're saying.
In any significant way.
What is significant interacting on screen? Okay. They talk to each other. You gotta chill over here, man.
Okay, you might as well make the movie about them. Just say fuck it, because none of your new characters are interesting.
Well, they thought that they were very interesting.
Well, they thought wrong.
That's their
facts being thrown out.
They thought that they had come up with some real cool characters.
You know what? The concepts are fine.
Quit giving them credit for thinking. They didn't think. That is the point.
Look, the characters' concepts are fine. The actors are fine, but they just didn't write them fine. Is the problem?
Yeah, the actors did their job. It's not their job to write, which is what happens with a lot of things, unfortunately.
And yet they get blamed for everything their characters do.
I know.
As if they just make up the movie. And then they blame Rian Johnson as if he just shot whatever he wanted. Like, the studio didn't give me a script, but I'm just going to do whatever.
Well, I mean, he wrote the script, but
Game of Thrones, fucking poor Kit Harington. God damn, that's not his fucking fault.
Do you think that's why he ended up in rehab?
Yes.
And the showrunners on Game of Thrones, they were gonna do a Star Wars movie, and they got booted from it when Game of Thrones did badly.
But didn't they basically say fuck you? Didn't they say fuck you to Game of Thrones because they got some deal with Netflix?
They got a deal with Star Wars.
No, they got a deal with Netflix as
They did
well.
get a deal with Netflix.
Yeah,
yes.
they did. And that's why they said we don't want to do more seasons of Game of Thrones because our contract with Netflix is going to pay us way more.
God. And then Colin Trevorrow, he was going to direct Last Jedi, and then his new movie came out. No one liked it. And then Josh Trank was going to do the Boba Fett movie, but his Fantastic Four came out. No one liked it. That's the thing with these Star Wars movies. They are slaves to public opinion. When people don't like a movie someone did, they get booted from the movie.
But I didn't particularly mind Last Jedi. I didn't see that it was such a big of a problem.
I mean, I went into it having heard all these negative things, and I went out of it thinking, well, that was fine.
Well, like I said,
I didn't think it was like bad.
I give it a 6.5 out of 10.
It went on for way too long at the end, though. Like the main bad guy was dead, and we had 40 minutes left to go. Luckily,
that's a fair criticism for sure.
This like theater restaurant where you're like at a table and they project the movie on the wall and they bring food to you. So I was occupied. I had a good time. I could just fucking zone out for 20 minutes and nothing.
Okay, so okay, let's move on from Last Jedi because we agree that it's not as bad as people say. At least it has some interesting concepts.
Yeah,
but it's still not like
it's probably the most interesting of the 3 movies.
Yes, as far as talking and thinking about it,
it's not the most enjoyable for me, but it's the most interesting.
I think one criticism, or not criticism at the movie, but criticism at fans is like people didn't like that one because there was not really any of the nostalgia per se compared to the first one that had came out, The Force Awakens or whatever. And I hate that is true because it just like, I don't want to criticize people who like Star Wars. Like you can like whatever you like, but it doesn't make the film good, but it also doesn't make the film bad if like the fandom doesn't like it. Does that make sense where I'm going with that?
But the first one was like, hey, remember Star Wars? And then the second one was like, fuck you for liking Star Wars.
Is that how you felt watching it?
A little. Like they made it very clear they wanted the young fans, like by even having the children in the movie playing with the toys. They're like this, and they let the past die. Kill it if you have to. From our friend Kylo, like basically saying like all old things dead, new things new. Like they wanted those kids. They didn't want the old fans anymore because the old fans, they've already bled them as dry as they're gonna get. They need the kids to want it so that their parents will buy shit. And they were very transparent about their intentions.
Yep, but the final film still isn't very good.
No,
not great. Like I had a good time during the big fight at the end of that film.
I feel like the second one was really made for kids.
Wait, do you mean on Salt Planet, or do you mean the fight with the red guard?
No, the fight at the end of the third movie, I had a good time with.
Oh, I thought we were still
Salt Planet. I just wanted it to fucking end. It's gone on forever.
Okay, can we just talk about one last thing though about the end, that final battle? Okay, do you remember? So 2 things. Rey moving the rock after the beginning of the film, she couldn't move the rock.
Yeah,
like didn't they say that didn't they make a joke about Rey being like, well, isn't the Force just like you move giant rocks or some shit?
Yeah.
And then at the end of the movie, that's how she solves her conflicts.
And then,
but
like,
it's not a good callback though.
But Luke's everything you just said was wrong. He says the same thing to Kylo Ren, and he makes that little speech. He's like, "I'm not the last Jedi." And it's like, honestly, everything Luke did, I was on board for until he just died. It's like the movie was like this dull gray world until Mark Hamill came with his wacky acting, and I was like, "Oh, I'm having fun with Mark Hamill." And then Mark Hamill left, and I was just like, "Oh, is Mark coming back soon?" And they're like, "Mark's back," and I was like, "Yay!" Then he was gone again.
And almost forever, except for one scene
in KOTOR, the games, I've never been able to move a bunch of rocks out of my way.
Is that a major problem in KOTOR? Are there a lot of rocks blocking your way?
If I'm supposed to be playing a powerful Jedi by the end of the game, and you have yet to move any fucking rocks.
But are you even jump? Are you powerful enough to stop people from dying?
Well, there is a healing mechanic, so I guess so.
Yeah, that was let's get on to fucking Rise of Skywalker and that fucking.
Oh no, but I didn't finish saying the other thing I was going to say.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And then Rose crashing into Finn to save his life. to save his life, and Finn just looks so confused.
But like,
He's like,
okay,
I didn't know you were in a romance subplot yet.
so when Admiral Holdo did a suicide like kamikaze attack, that was good. But then when Finn tried to do it, that was bad.
Yeah, because Rose was in love with him, even though they've known each other for like 10 hours.
Nobody fucking likes Admiral Holdo. Is that what we're supposed to get from that?
Well, I don't think
So
most
okay
of the
for her to
audience.
kill herself?
I don't think most of the audience liked Holdo. Like I love Laura Dern, but I don't like that character.
I don't think
I don't think it's an interesting character.
Hey, remember when she was in Jurassic Park? That was fun.
I mostly remember her for her work with David Lynch at this point.
Well, she wasn't even in Twin Peaks until the third season.
Yeah, but she worked on Wild at Heart with him.
I love Wild at Heart. That's like my favorite.
Yeah, that's a
David
good
Lynch movie. You should see that if you haven't, Jessica.
What is it called?
Wild at Heart. It's got Nicolas Cage in it. It's about these two young lovers.
Wait, is it Nicolas Cage pre-tax evasion?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So, and this is a good movie. This isn't Nicolas Cage. I literally have to say yes to everything.
Okay.
I bought a dinosaur skeleton.
That's a fair thing to ask, okay?
Yeah, he's such a weird guy.
But sometimes he does really good movies.
Sometimes. Oh, hey.
Like Mandy. Mandy's really good.
I've never seen Mandy.
Mandy's an excellent movie.
Bobby Peru. I saw this movie like late at night on TV. So like it was like 2 a.m. so my memory's a little skewed, but I really liked it.
This is one of Willem Dafoe's best performances.
Oh, Willem Dafoe as opposed to Willem Defriend. Do you remember he was in Aquaman? Like those DC movies have all these big name actors in them who just don't really do anything.
Well, they get paid.
Well, yeah, but like J.K. Simmons was Commissioner Gordon, and it's like after his turn as J. Jonah Jameson in the Spider-Man movies, which was unforgettable. You'd think he would bring something to Commissioner Gordon. No, it was nothing. He's there and gone before you even notice.
I honestly don't even remember that Commissioner Gordon was in any of those movies.
He was in Justice League for like one scene.
That's bad.
They did have a kind of funny gag where the entire Justice League vanishes except for the Flash while Gordon's looking away. And then Flash is like, wow, did everyone just leave? That was really rude. Fun.
All right. So okay. So Jessica, what did you want to say about Rise of Skywalker now that we're transitioning to Rise?
Oh, the healing thing? Why? Why are we going to bring force bonds and healing when none of that was even like...
Oh, don't get me started on that twin stuff. Or on the
They're a force dyad.
Yeah, the dyad shit that came out of nowhere.
God.
Well, it was kind of building on what happened in the last movie. Where they were like connected.
Hey, but like, do we need to solidify it with such a title? It's just a fucking force bond. That's it. It's a force bond.
The whole dyad thing, once in a generation thing, was never brought up in any other Star Wars
A lot of things in this movie were never brought up
out of nowhere.
It's like I feel like there was 3 movies worth of story that happened here, and why did we fill up so much time looking for the fucking mystic MacGuffins that'll take you to Sith planet?
You know what didn't make sense of Rise of Skywalker? When they find one of the main things in the movie is that Sith artifact that is supposed to show them where to find something important, right?
The Sith
and they're
planet.
Like the dagger.
Yeah, the dagger, and they're like, it's super important and ancient, right? And then it leads them to the Death Star.
It gives them the outline of the Death Star in wreckage.
The Death Star is only like 40 years old.
Whoever made all those clues like could see the future, I guess.
No, they didn't. That call bullshit.
Everything that has transpired has been according to how I've. What did the Emperor say?
That was just lazy.
Yeah, that's just lazy.
That was lazy what they did.
Yeah.
That would have been an interesting concept again. Why are you bringing up all these interesting concepts for like 30 seconds and then go nowhere with it?
And then what is the functional difference between the First Order and the quote new Empire? Because apparently it's bad for the First Order to become a new empire, but there doesn't seem to be nothing changes. The same people are still in charge. They've got the same stuff. They've just got some more ships.
We don't have the context of the politics behind it.
Frankly, all this stuff, they should have seeded this from the very first film.
Agreed. They should have watched the prequels and like, okay, this is where we're not gonna fuck up.
All right, so let's go to the very beginning of the film. It starts off with Kylo Ren, right? And he's looking for an artifact. He finds the Sith planet, which I don't think was introduced in any of the other films, right?
No, this is the first time we've ever heard about
the first time we've ever heard about a Sith planet. It's the last of the 9 movies in the so-called Skywalker saga. It's suddenly really important for one of our characters to find this.
Seems like maybe we should have heard about this even one time before.
In at least Force Awakens, right? And,
maybe like an Easter egg or something, or yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
And so he ends up finding this secret location, and it turns out that Snoke was a clone the whole time because there's like a tank with him floating in it, right? So what did you feel when you found out Snoke was just like a clone abomination thing?
That this movie was going to be not good.
And that was within like the first 5 minutes, right? Because I burst out laughing.
It's like, why did Kylo Ren have to go through like all that nonsense and fight a bunch of robots to go down, and when apparently like one of his generals was working for the Emperor the whole time? And like, why the secrecy? Like, he wants him to work for him.
Did that general know that the Palpatine was still alive the whole time?
I don't know, but Palpatine apparently could just like call him up on the phone. So
it just seemed assumed that he knew that Palpatine was still alive.
This would have hit harder had that character been introduced from the first movie.
We had never seen any of these old people on the council ever before.
That guy
like,
Hux
and Kylo were it. They were the entire leadership of
suddenly there are these other people who treat them like shit, even though Kylo Ren is the supposed.
Yeah, apparently they're not the senior in charge people, even though Kylo Ren was the supreme leader.
Yeah, he's the supreme leader now.
And then Hux like betrays the First Order and then dies.
That was funny.
Yeah,
I feel like they didn't know what to do with him. Like, there's so many characters that they just don't care about in these movies.
Okay, so Kylo Ren. Let's go back to Kylo Ren. Finds Snoke and finds out Snoke is just like a puppet body for Palpatine, and then Palpatine is like, "So, Kylo, I have been watching you and invading your mind since you were a child." And it's like, okay, why wasn't this introduced a long time ago?
Right.
Well, Snoke invading him as a child was introduced a long time ago.
Yeah, but Snoke was just a puppet for Palpatine. So why do we need Snoke at all? Why not just have?
Because they didn't want to have Palpatine, and then nobody liked their new bad guy, so they just brought back the old one.
No, I don't.
Happened.
I don't think it's that people didn't like the new bad guy. I think it's that Rian Johnson killed off the main villain.
Rian Johnson can't just do stuff without anybody. Like, Disney signed off on that.
That's what I don't understand. Who signed off on allowing him to do that?
And apparently, they just accepted people's pitches for the next movie. And like one of the pitches for the third movie was just Kylo Ren as the supreme leader the whole time, and like they did it like a contest, I guess. Everybody submitted their draft of the movie script for the third movie, and then they picked the one they liked the best.
But Connor, see, this goes with the idea that like, why is this being left up to committee? Apparently,
I don't know, because they think that the committee will make the movie that more people like. As opposed to letting, somebody like, say, George Lucas make his own decisions, then he makes a movie that people hate.
Yeah, but then the committee approved Rian Johnson?
And they approved everything he came up with.
It's so weird.
Can we get the names of the people on the committee so we could hate on
Kathleen Kennedy is definitely in charge. But I feel like she gets enough hate. We should leave her alone.
Yeah, I mean, I think she sucks too, but I'm not going to hate on her. I mean,
she's been around since the early days. She's been behind like the Indiana Jones movies, so. But also the newer Lucasfilm.
Behind Temple of Doom and all the racist shit in that movie.
Well, I don't think we can lay that at her feet. This is kind of inherent in the genre to have a bunch of racist shit. Because like the whole genre is going to like native people's places and stealing their shit. Like,
I get that point, but I don't think the Raiders of the Lost Ark or
what about that tribe at the beginning of Raiders of the Lost Ark that were misled?
No, I get that. That's in the intro, but it could have been worse, is what I'm
Can
saying.
we just talk about how Lost Ark is a really great movie, and it was kind of the Indiana Jones movies after that were never quite at that level.
I mean, I like Last Crusade, but yeah, you're right.
Right.
They never quite reach that. And then the fourth movie is just garbage.
It's just so perfect, Lost Ark. Like Belloc is just he's the antithesis to Indiana Jones, and there was nobody to really fill that void in the other Indiana Jones movies. And then like he's so like when he talks about how his radio's worthless, but if you bury it for 100 years, it will be priceless. And then at the end, when he buries Indiana Jones in the snake pit, he goes, "Who knows? In 100 years, maybe you'll be worth something."
And that's because the script was really good in that movie.
It's an amazing script. And the one thing someone pointed out, Indiana Jones has no effect on the story at all. Doesn't learn a lesson. Like we like him because he's fun and he's cool, but he's the most ineffectual hero that has ever been in a movie.
It's just Harrison Ford playing himself.
Yeah.
I mean, he basically just accidentally helps the Nazis.
Yeah, and they find it like the reason they couldn't find it is because he took the fucking map from them. But if he hadn't been there to take it, they would have found it anyway. And then he finds it with the map he stole, and then they take it from him.
Yeah, and then at the end of the film, he's not the one who stops them. It's literally just the artifact they were trying to find the whole time.
Yeah.
So actually, had he done nothing and they actually found the Ark, they still would have all died.
I know. He accomplishes nothing. He himself learns nothing. Like he doesn't learn a lesson or grow as a person. He doesn't actually make any sort of effective difference.
I mean, it's like all he did was hook up again with an old flame.
He was like 12 when they hooked up the first time.
I think she was a little older than that.
It's like I was a child, and he's like, "You knew what you were doing."
Well, let's see how old was which is creepy. But let's see how old was Marion when they first got together.
I want to say 12.
Oh, she was 15, and he was 27. That's pretty fucked up.
That is.
That's disturbing.
Hey, speaking of age differences in relationships, how about Kylo Ren and Rey?
Yeah, and how she's like 10 years younger than he is when he's like 32 or something. No, 30, and she's like 19 or something. Let's see. I'm gonna look this up.
And again, like, let's just take the age gap out of the picture.
Yeah, Rey is
still not necessary. It was still not necessary, even if she was aged appropriately to that. Not hating on actually, let's not even get into that.
Yeah, let's not get into that. But Kylo Ren was 30 and Rey was 20 by the end of the trilogy. And the trilogy takes place over the course of like a year.
Just a year?
Yep. It's only a year between Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker.
So much has happened.
Yeah,
Jesus
and then Last Jedi was just like a few hours or a few days after Force.
Well, yeah, because he's like the first time he's spoken to Snoke since the Force Awakens.
Yeah, and then Last Jedi takes place over the course of like 11 hours or something. Yeah, really short time frame.
That's stupid, but okay.
I mean, most of the movies have a very short time frame.
Yeah, but they were.
I know, but they were introducing so much, so many concepts to follow along.
Yeah, so Finn is 24 during Rise of Skywalker.
Ben is?
Finn.
Oh, Finn. Okay, I thought you said Ben, like Ben Solo. No,
Ben Solo is 30 during Rise of Skywalker. Rey is 20. How old?
Why does Rey have to be so much younger than everybody? For fuck's sake!
Poe is the oldest character
of the new people.
Yes,
I would fucking hope so.
He is like 32, something like that. I mean, that sounds about right. I mean, Oscar Isaac's like almost 40, so he's 41 actually right now. But yeah. So it turns out Palpatine is behind everything bad that has ever happened to Ben Solo. Do you think that gave Luke Skywalker that dream?
No.
But do you think it's out of the question?
Because like his vision was of like this horrific nightmare, and I guess Kylo did actually blow up a shit ton of planets, so that is pretty bad.
But of course, it's another example of you see the premonition, and then because of your actions to stop it, you made it happen.
Yes.
Because I'm unsure if Ben Solo would have turned into what he turns into if Luke Skywalker hadn't tried to kill his own nephew for a sec.
Mm.
I mean, pretty much
It's
all
kind
the
of the same.
prophecies.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same thing with
Oedipus
Anakin.
Rex was the same prophecy.
That's just a whole ass
And it's
mess.
like, so the prophecy was just wrong though in the prequels. He just wasn't the chosen one. But I guess maybe Luke was the chosen one after
No,
all.
George Lucas says that Anakin Skywalker was still the chosen one.
But he was.
brought
Oh, because he
balance-
killed the Emperor. Okay.
Yeah, but that was when George Lucas was writing. So it made sense.
But he didn't kill the Emperor.
No. But see, that's what I'm saying. When George Lucas was writing, he wrote it as the Emperor dies at the end of Return of the Jedi.
He was supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them.
Yeah, and then Return of the
Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness.
Return of the Jedi.
He was the chosen one.
Palpatine is dead, right? Like he was actually supposed to be dead.
Yeah,
and
he
then
fell into the reactor.
Rise of Skywalker basically retconned it so that the Emperor died, and according to the novelization, his dark side cults that he built up around himself to worship him as
the cults. I forgot about them because I never fucking saw them in any
were
movie.
never introduced before, but now apparently they exist. They cloned him a body, but the reason why he looks all withered and shitty is because his force ability is so strong that his clone body can't handle the strain.
I thought that's
I'm sorry,
why...
but even if you clone a body, how did his mind get into this clone body?
Well, because he's just a really
right?
he was the whole Plagueis thing of like, oh, I can come back from the dead.
So we've already seen that the ghosts can physically affect the things around them because Luke's force projection was like touching stuff and giving things to people, and like Yoda can summon lightning. Why couldn't he have just been a ghost? Huh? Maybe he's a ghost. That would have been less stupid.
I mean, yes, but then it would just be like, how the fuck do you defeat a Force ghost?
No, I think
who are you gonna call?
Damn it! I knew I walked in.
No, I think they should have just kept Kylo Ren as the main villain and had maybe Palpatine as his mentor.
But then it would have been really weird when he made out with Rey.
Just don't have that happen.
Like, imagine if
we didn't have to have that happen. It just didn't need to happen.
If like the Emperor and Luke had just made out at the end of Return of the Jedi, and then Darth Vader would have been like, "What are your intentions with my son?"
I brought your son here to fuck him. Oh no.
God.
Like, that was his ultimate design. It's like, I foresaw that you would
Would
sire
have
the ultimate twink boy.
Played by Mark Hamill.
Everything that has transpired has been according to my ultimate design.
We shall rule the galaxy as husbands.
That's his ultimate plan.
That would have been
the whole plot
interesting movie.
The whole plot of the movies was him just trying to get himself a husband. That would have been so interesting and bizarre. Like, you go through all this trouble and create a galactic empire just to create your soulmate. That would have been so weird.
You know what? But it would have been a more cohesive interest.
Yeah, it would have been shocking. Like, wow. Damn, this dude is like insane to go through all that trouble.
Now, this is a little bit off topic, but it's still Star Wars. Did Darth Vader ever realize that the Emperor was behind the Trade Federation? Because like, he gets sent on a mission to go kill all the people in charge of the Trade Federation by the Emperor, and he's like, "I've ended the war," but the Emperor set that up by telling them all to go wait there for him to meet them. Did he ever figure out that was a setup, or does he think he genuinely won the war against the Trade Federation?
I don't know. Let me see.
Because like, Obi-Wan tried to tell him about it, but he was in his like, "don't talk to me" phase then.
Let's see. Well, apparently he did know.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, he put it together pretty quickly.
Seemed to
Because
be
they
pretty
already
cool
knew
with it.
that the Sith behind Dooku was also behind the Separatists.
And yet he still seems super jazzed to go and kill all the Separatists.
Well, they were trying to get rid of the evidence.
Yeah.
Not that it much matters. I mean, the Emperor doesn't seem to really care whether people like him or not.
And good is a point of
That
view.
is true.
All right, so we haven't even moved past Kylo Ren and the Palpatine thing. So
just deep tongue kisses between Kylo Ren and Rey. That's what the fans wanted, right?
I think you dreamt about that.
And we just leave that for fan fiction. Like, we didn't need a fan service of that. Like, it was just like, why?
I thought that it was the most out there. It's like just when people were when Korra was coming out, and there were all those fans who wanted Korra to get together with what's her name?
Asami?
Asami. Yeah. I thought, oh, that'll never happen, and then it did. And it's like that time it was kind of nice, but then in Star Wars,
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, because
because
you don't
it's
see
very
a lot
rare
of.
for somebody to really go up to bat for heterosexual romance.
I was gonna say you don't really see a whole lot of LGBT like being promoted in cartoons, and like that was like I don't want to say that was the first one, but it was like definitely like whoa.
I'd
It
argue
came out
it
of
wasn't
nowhere.
them
I
all.
can't believe they did it.
No, that's my issue with it, is that it came out. Well, it didn't come out from nowhere, but it did basically
Mhm.
only really matter in the very last 30 seconds.
But then that surprised me just as much as this did, except this was also bad with Kylo and Ray, who has no last name until the end.
Yeah, at least Asami hadn't murdered like thousands of people.
I mean, it seemed like her company did some shady stuff in the
But
first
that was
season.
when it was under her father, though.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
didn't know
that
about
wasn't
it.
under her. She didn't know about it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was under Snoke when all those planets blew up. It wasn't under Kylo.
He was like second.
Yeah, but he was actively murdering people.
Also, that ridiculous shell game where they blow up the ship, but it turns out that Chewbacca was on the ship, but then he wasn't on the ship. So Rey just accidentally blew up a ship full of random people. But it's fine because nobody we knew was there.
I think they should have just had her be the one who kills Chewbacca. That would have been better.
We were going somewhere interesting by she couldn't quite control her force powers and she kept accidentally doing bad things, and then that never really went anywhere.
Which again, why are we introducing this at the very last fucking movie?
Because we spent 2 movies puttering around doing nothing.
So now we have to speed through the end game.
Literally.
It's like Star Wars film speedrun.
We got the fucking Knights of Ren, useless. We have fucking Finn and Poe are now both useless. Yeah.
Honestly, I would have
The
been
Knights of Ren, after not showing up for 2/3 of the trilogy, are just nothing. We don't even get names for any of them. I thought they would all be like Billy Ren and Bobby Ren or whatever.
Yeah, and Kylo Ren is
Billy
okay
Ren.
with just killing all of them.
Knights of Ren versus Knights of Rey. Wait, does Kylo kill his own knights? Oh yeah, they're the dudes that are guarding the.
Yeah, they were the Knights.
Yeah, it's like I took you on when we all left to be bad guys, and now I'm gonna kill you guys because you're bad guys.
These poor kids.
Nice.
They go to Luke's super special summer camp, and then it turns out that Luke is a child murderer. So they sign up with Ben's super special summer camp defectors, and then it turns out that the guy they're working for is just as bad. And then Ben kills them. It's that comic strip all over again.
Yeah.
Oh,
what do you mean Master Luke tried to kill you, Ben? We're gonna join you. He's obviously a bad person. No.
It's like killing younglings. The Skywalkers are always doing it.
Yikes.
I don't know. I think it's kind of fucked up to be it's in the blood, so all of you are shitty.
Right, let's talk. Let's
That's
get
kind of
on
what
that.
they're trying to say.
And that wasn't
Let's
really
get
a
on
thing
that.
until the sequel trilogy. Because
Yeah.
in the prequel trilogy, not the prequel trilogy, in the regular, the just plain old trilogy, like Leia and Luke are really heroic despite their father being evil.
Yeah,
Right.
Luke has his like dark moments, but they're like reasonable, you know, like
Yeah. He's like, I'm mad because
you've done
cut
these
off my
horrible
goddamn hand. Like,
and you've done these horrible things, and you know. And then he gets really angry when he threatens to like make Leia go dark side.
you know what's interesting is the look for the Jedi in the prequels was originally going to be like that black suit that Luke had in Return of the Jedi, and then they decided to base it on the hobo outfit that Obi-Wan had instead. So like now Luke is wearing this weird black jumpsuit for no reason. Like it was supposed to be like a Jedi outfit.
It's even weirder because Obi-Wan is supposed to be in disguise, and yet
Yeah, and he's
still
just dressed like a Jedi, going
Jedi
by
or
his real
something.
last name. He's like, my name's not Obi-Wan Kenobi, it's Ben.
It's Ben Kenobi because
And then they call him Old Ben. It's like Old Ben's supposed to be their mishearing of Obi-Wan.
Probably the legend.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
And apparently Darth Maul came to try and kill Luke at some point, and Obi-Wan protected him.
Speaking of Luke, so why does Luke have a Christian name?
Well, I think the answer is
Leia and
obvious.
Luke?
Think about it. His surname starts with the letter S, right?
No. I mean, in within the fiction. I'm not talking about the.
Oh, because I was going to say his
real life.
Luke S. It's Luke S. He's George Lucas's self-insert.
No, I get that, and also like the general, it's in English. But if you really think about it, it doesn't make much sense that they have people named Ben and Luke in a galaxy far, far away.
It's true, but I
But,
mean,
yeah.
there's a lot of stuff
Well,
that we have to
isn't
assume is a
Ben-
translation convention.
Yeah.
Because, like, look at
Wait, which Ben are we talking about? Are we talking about Obi-Wan
Ben Kenobi.
Ben?
Well, presumably
oh.
Ben Solo is named after Ben Kenobi.
But why though?
Yeah.
Leia and Han didn't even know Ben Kenobi.
Because
Leia knew
technically,
sort of.
prior to movie being
Oh,
canon or whatever, Ben Solo is an adaptation of Ben Skywalker and Jason Solo.
I
So
mean,
Jason
that's giving
Solo,
it too much credit. He's
Yeah.
sort of similar to the characters from the books, but he's
also not really.
but not really. Like, because like then if you're totally just gonna fuck canon, then why even call him Ben Solo in the first place?
because he's named
or
after
Ben in the first place.
Ben Kenobi.
Honestly, they should have just adapted the Dark Empire stuff.
What is his name? Ben? He's Ben Solo? He's not Ben Organa. I guess the father gets the.
I'm assuming that Leia and Han got married, and she took on his last name for a while. I don't know.
So she's Leia Solo.
Well, they're not married anymore. They're like
they call her General Organa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably because she was a general and a politician and all that.
All right, can we acknowledge for a second
that status?
That we see Bail Organa in Rogue One, and he looks not very much different than he did in Episode 3. But then around that same time, like Ewan McGregor has become Alec Guinness.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre. Also, aren't they doing an Obi-Wan, the Disney Plus show?
They say they are. They've been saying that for a long time. I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah. Mandalorian's doing good. Although I hear the lead actor's going to quit, which thank God, he's just a faceless character, so it doesn't really matter.
But I like that actor though.
I do too. Why is he going to quit?
He was
apparently he was upset that his face wasn't in it enough.
But why?
Are they going to show his face now?
Probably not. They're just going to fire him instead. That's the rumor I heard.
They already showed his face though.
Well, yeah, but it was only under super special secret circumstances that he could show his face.
I mean, if that's the role you signed up for, then
it's literally part of the character's culture.
Well, yeah, but was it part of the character's culture before this show?
I don't care. He signed on for the show where
I'm pretty sure we saw a lot of Mandalorians' faces in like the cartoons and stuff.
Yeah, but
like we went to fucking Mandalore.
Again, I want to say like you want to give people credit, but there is no credit to give. I don't know, because if you play KOTOR, you don't see Mandalorians' faces.
But they go to Mandalore in an episode of Clone Wars, and everybody it is as just like regular faces.
Well, maybe they weren't part of the order.
Also, Mandalore is entirely pacifist in the cartoon.
That's interesting.
But wait, so you can be from Mandalore but not a Mandalorian?
Okay, so what I'm hearing,
Oh, we're getting all off.
okay, well, we'll say Mandalorian for some other day, but I will say that Pedro Pascal apparently is not quitting Mandalorian.
Oh, good. That was just a rumor I saw.
Yeah, I like him. I don't want him to quit.
Yeah, it's just a rumor, and apparently there's not really much truth to it.
Have you seen the pictures of Boba Fett's face, like, behind the scenes? Also, wait a second. Didn't Django just not wear his helmet for a lot of scenes of Episode 2?
Yeah, but wasn't he also like a loner who didn't really give a shit about culture?
But he's the only fucking Mandalorian we ever saw except for Boba. Like, when we have a sample base of 2 Mandalorians and 50% of them don't care about wearing their helmet all the time.
Connor, it's a large planet. Maybe they have multiple cultures.
All right, but don't tell me some bullshit culture. It's like they always wear their helmets. Like, because fucking Boba never took off his helmet when he was almost always in like dangerous situations where wearing your helmet makes sense. Like, we never saw like Boba just like chilling. He was always either directly meeting with Darth Vader, the most dangerous man in the universe, or attacking people or flying a spaceship. Like,
And eventually being devoured by a weird
oh
sand.
yeah, Boba was a total bitch who got taken out by Han Solo flailing around blindly and had a slapstick comedy death where his jetpack went off by mistake. Like, Boba was
the scream. The whatever the fuck it's called.
Boba's reputation.
Wasn't that added into special edition?
I think so.
Oh, maybe then. I'm sorry. I just rewatched.
No, that's not an issue because you can only watch special edition now officially.
Remember that bullshit no from Revenge of the Sith that they added into Return of the Jedi? No.
Yeah.
That's the worst no. Like, James Earl Jones just was phoning it in that day. Probably literally, he was just like at home. He gets a call. It's like, hey, James, we need you to say no right now. It's for Star Wars. Like, okay, no.
They recorded the call. They had Craig record the call.
They were probably like, can you say this line? And he said no. Got it. Yes. We fooled him.
Oh God. And then they got him back for Lion King too. So he's not doing much these days, I guess.
I'm sure he's fine. Well, back to this not very good movie. So where do we leave off? Palpatine is the Emperor and he's just been chilling.
And Rey doesn't get to come with the kids on their trip to go find the 3 mystical pieces of bullshit that'll point them.
Talk about how Rose shows up and Finn. You've mentioned this earlier, but Finn is just like, "Yo, you want to join?" And Rose is like, "No, I have things to do."
It's like, what are you doing?
They mention what it is, but
supposed to like you're supposed to have more scenes with Carrie Fisher, and then
I think all her scenes had to do with Carrie Fisher.
But Carrie Fisher died, I think, before they even started shooting.
Yeah, they did. Like,
that's not a great excuse for why she doesn't have anything to do.
Yeah, I guess you could. I didn't. Then I guess you could.
Let's be real. Lando would not be in this movie if Carrie Fisher hadn't died. Like Lando's phone is only ringing because Carrie Fisher is dead.
No, I think he would have been in the movie. He was the last of those who hadn't shown up, who's still alive.
Well, yeah, but the fact that he didn't show up for 2 whole movies shows that he was not on their short list of people to call.
Yeah, I suppose not.
I'm pretty sure he might have made a cameo, but not like 6 cameos.
I feel like if Rian Johnson hadn't taken over the second film, they would have introduced him in the second one.
Oh, here we go. In the general, this is key here. The opening of Galaxy's Edge, and only one person looks like they're happy to be there. Galaxy's Edge in Disneyland. Only one person looks excited to be here because this is new for him. He's like, wow, my phone's ringing off the hook. I get to come into a Star Wars event. And friggin' George Lucas and Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford are like, oh God, I just want to go home.
And he just looks like he's trying to pretend, but he's not. His heart's not in it. Mark Hamill and George Lucas just look miserable.
And like Lando is just like, oh boy, it's Lando's time to shine.
That just shows you like how fucked up they like. Never mind.
You know what though? Billy D. Williams, bless that man. Bless him. At least he seems like he had a good time. No one else does, but he did.
Yeah, he's having a great time. There's like someone said there's only one picture of George Lucas ever where he looks like he doesn't want to kill himself. And it's there we go. It's this one here.
At least John Boyega. Oh, and he got
What the literal fuck?
That's his wedding, and it's like the only picture where he looks happy.
Well, at least his wife makes him happy.
Is she like what? How
She
old
what?
is his wife?
I don't know. Let's find out. Okay, she is 44 at the time of marriage, and he was 69.
Yeah, she's 51 right now.
Okay, I guess.
So wait, that would make him 75? 76 years old. The same
Did
number of
not look
trombones as in the big
44.
parade. Well, you know, it's
No.
LA.
They met. She began dating him in 2006. So she was in her 30s. She was like 37.
Mm-hmm.
And he would have been in his 60s. So he's like quite a bit older. He's like 25 years older than her. Oh, I mean,
so you marry a woman of color, but you don't cast a lot of people with people of color. Interesting.
Oh, and
I mean, he brought us Lando and Mace Windu.
Well, like one per trilogy.
But also,
Ooh.
let's also look at him eating his noodles here in the
Oh,
Jedi.
and I guess Jango Fett.
Django.
Okay, well, the not really an issue. At least he met and married someone who was in their late 30s at the time, like mid to late 30s.
But can we just talk about him eating his noodles at the food court here?
Where's this food court?
It's in Australia apparently, but he's just like
he looks just so sad.
Yeah, he looks so sad in every picture of him that has ever been taken except for his wedding.
It's like he's
Can you
already.
Please button up your shirt, sir. I don't want to see it. I'm sorry, that was rude. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Why are you shaming George Lucas?
Yeah, don't body shame George Lucas. The man's just trying to eat his spaghetti with a Diet Coke.
With the Diet Coke.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
full
sorry,
disclosure, I had a Diet Coke just now, so you know I can't. Also,
you're right.
Just
that
like
was rude of me.
look at how George Lucas feels now after you said that. Look at him.
He really does just look so sad.
It's just like this is a photo shoot with fucking
He's not
Mickey
even
Mouse.
trying.
Did they even let him? Did they even let
him? Well, no. Well, he sold the property to Disney. He doesn't actually have anything to do with them.
He doesn't have a soul, is what you're saying?
But he said that he was upset with the property, like where they were taking it, and then he vanished for 12 hours and came back and apologized. So I think that like Disney is ready with their like hit squad to go after him.
I'd be miserable too. Fuck. Oh god.
It's just like there's no happiness for George Lucas. Like
I did like Strange Magic. I like that
that
movie.
was part of his deal. He wanted Strange Magic to be distributed. That was part of the reason he did the deal. Also, here's his thoughts on Rise of Skywalker pictured here.
He's like, you motherfuckers.
He looks so miserable.
He does.
There's one happy picture of him ever.
Well, at least he was happy.
At least it's with his wife.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not like some other random ass event. Anyways, let's get back on topic with the Rise of Skywalker.
All right, Lando, it's his time to shine. His phone's only ringing because Carrie Fisher died, and he's here to basically emasculate Poe at every moment.
No, well, before Lando shows up in the film, we were talking about Finn and Rose and how Rose turns it down, and then she just never shows up again, except for maybe twice.
Yeah, she's like in the background of a couple scenes.
Yeah, just imagine that you were like so important to the second film, and then you're a background character.
I mean, the same thing happened to Jar Jar. People didn't like him, so they wrote him out. But but
Jar Jar's a CG character.
Well, there was a man on the set in a Jar Jar suit, which was like, can we put that picture up?
Well, I heard he was suicidal afterwards. Like
he was not beloved, and like it honestly seemed a little unnecessary for him to be there for all of filming. But You know, whatever. They made it happen. Here we go in the general. We got to share this with the world.
He didn't even need the costume, though.
No, he needed it so that the actors could react to him appropriately.
Couldn't you just tell them this is the guy playing Jar Jar?
Oh my god, that poor guy.
Why does he have to wear Jar Jar's face on top of his head?
So that they know where to look Jar Jar in the eye.
But
then just make his ass wear a green suit then, for all intents purposes.
It wouldn't be the same.
Oh, goodness. Is that guy really became so? That's
because so many people like just hated it, and it's like, how did they even know he played Jar Jar? I guess they looked at the credits. But
yeah,
still.
I guess he got cyberbullied and in person.
Like 1999 cyberbullying, dedicated to cyberbully someone in the days of America Online. Like you got to sit through the like, get on the internet.
Media. You have to basically seek out the bullying almost. Like, damn. Weird.
A poor man. Listen, I know Jar Jar Binks has its flaws, especially like some of the racial undertones with it. That's not exactly great at all. But Jesus Christ, it goes back to don't hate on the actor, man. That's not his fault.
Yeah, don't hate on Rose's actress. Don't hate on this.
Oh my god. Ethan Van Sciver, he's a comic book artist who went insane somewhere along the way. He did like a YouTube video where he bought like 100 Rey toys and cut the heads off of them one by one.
And YouTube allowed that to be... Oh, that's fucking creepy.
Yeah, no, the dude's crazy. He was part of what they called Comicsgate, which is like the sad imitation of Gamergate that the comics industry tried to have.
So he bought a bunch of Rey toys just to cut their heads off?
Yeah, so he spent hundreds of dollars on Rey toys just to behead them.
That's pretty gross and weird.
Really disturbed. I don't understand why YouTube
not Rey toys, Rose toys, sorry.
Oh, that's gross.
That doesn't make it any better.
I know, but it makes it more relevant.
Maybe he chose one or the other because he's like, this is too much money. Like, that's just.
I don't understand why YouTube lets dumb shit like that on the platform.
They allow a lot of weird shit to go by. Like there was this one YouTuber, he's like a Mexican YouTuber, I guess. He's like 15 or 16, and he was like harming animals.
Oh my god, this thing
here. Oh my god.
Yeah, like killing cats. And
the cat torturer?
No, not the documentary. This is something more recent on YouTube that is still ongoing. The documentary you're talking about is the Lucas Magnotta, whatever his name is.
But here we go. I have the article about it. It says, we once wrongly referred to Ethan Van Sciver as a Rose Tico enthusiast. He felt this was an attack on him personally. He's not a Rose Tico enthusiast. That's after he made the video where he unboxed the toys and cut off their heads one by one. The article said that he was an enthusiast.
It just makes my stomach upset. Like it's just gross.
This man's insane. He has Kickstarters. People pay thousands for his shitty comic about a robot frog.
That sounds shitty.
Well, it's one of those things where it's more about supporting his terrible opinions.
I get it, but still.
That just makes other people sick. Like,
just like, I can't believe that this nothing of a character inspired so much hatred. Like, because she doesn't really do or say very much.
Mm-hmm.
Especially not in this movie.
Mm-hmm. But still, cowardly on Disney's part to reduce the character role.
They should have doubled down and put more Rose in the new movie.
Maybe not more, just improve the character.
Like, and then have Luke show up and say that he'd secretly been a serial killer the whole time.
Yeah,
you really want Luke to be evil? Jesus Christ!
Well, man. I'm just saying, if people got really pissed off last time, just piss them off more. Like giving in to people complaining never works.
I don't care about pissing people off. I just want something interesting.
I think it would have been interesting.
That's well done. That's all I care about. I don't care.
I liked the big battle at the end of the movie. That was fun. It didn't really make a lot of sense, but it's fun.
I'm just still annoyed with the Force Bond thing and the healing and the Rey
and like how they secretly
Kylo Ren
lightsabers.
What now?
They secretly passed each other lightsabers.
Oh yeah, with the weird teleporting.
And that's why there had to be 2 lightsabers. And it's like, this is Leia's lightsaber from her Jedi training. Her what? I'm sorry, her what? Her Jedi training?
Or what?
But
So
then
we're
she
bringing this
foresaw
up.
that if she learned to be a Jedi, her son would die. So she gave up on being a Jedi. And it's like,
I mean, your son's gonna
yeah,
die
maybe you
her
could
son
just like not have a son.
eventually.
Like, yeah.
Her son dies anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh, you know what's weird? At the end of the movie, when he becomes one with the Force, apparently, why isn't he there in the final scene?
Right? Since they loved each
Yeah,
other
because
so
it's-
much to kiss each
with
other,
Luke
for
and
fuck's
Leia.
sake.
It's a parental final scene. You know, it's like Luke and Leia were like a father figure, even though she only hung out at his place for like a week.
Would
He's a
have made
father.
more sense as a Skywalker reunion thing.
It would have made more sense for Han Solo to be her father figure. There's much more of a relationship going on there.
Instead, he was more like Finn's father figure.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I don't know. I feel like any man she spends more than 5 seconds with becomes like a father figure for her because they don't know how else to write any sort of relationship for Rey.
Yeah.
Which now just sounds like a fucking A trope. Oh, that's weird.
Atro? What are you talking
Is that
about?
like a I have daddy issues trope? So I'm just gonna fall for the next bad guy. I'm gonna fall for not that they fall in love or anything,
I can
but
see
you know
that.
what I mean?
It's like, was the kiss like trying to heal him, or was it actually like a kiss out of wanting to kiss?
Seemed like a kiss of wanting to kiss because I didn't see her kissing anything else to heal.
It seemed like it killed him, actually. It seemed like she kissed him and like sucked the life out of his body.
Jesus.
She absorbed the rest of the dyad power.
Like a Black Widow spider.
Well,
No.
does that make so is Rey a Disney princess? Are we gonna see her in the next Kingdom Hearts that won't come out for
They
like
tried
10
to
years
make
from
they tried to
now?
make princess dolls based on the Star Wars characters, and nobody liked it.
That was a joke. That's sad that they did that.
Everybody's a Disney princess now, because like you don't even have to be a princess. Like friggin' Mulan is somehow a Disney princess, despite not being any sort of royalty.
Mulan is like from our childhood, and that like you cannot take away that Mulan is a Disney princess. That's
But she's not a princess.
No, I get what Connor's trying to say. He's not trying to take it away. He's just saying that it doesn't
There's
actually.
there's no qualifications because like Ilanri is a princess, right, from Black Cauldron, but she's not a Disney princess.
And then Princess and the Frog, that character's not a princess either.
Well, she marries a prince at the end, so she has a legitimate.
So she is a Disney princess.
Yeah, it's like Mulan never marries a prince and is not herself royalty.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. And then like with the Frozen girls, they are princesses in Disney movies, but the Frozen toys are separate from the Disney princess toys because they make more money individually.
As Frozen, yeah.
I thought it was because they didn't have any 2D counterparts.
Yeah. Oh, and then Brave Girl is from a Pixar movie, but she's still a Disney princess.
Yes.
I think they just do whatever they can to get more money.
That's true.
I don't think there's any real logic to it.
I mean, you think about it, like from the 30s up until like the 80s, there were like 2 Disney princesses, and then from like 89 up until now, we got like I don't know, like 10 additional princesses.
It sells. Whatever sells.
Yeah, people like them princesses.
Or I thought you guys were talking about the toys.
The toys are bad. Most of the toys are just like generic people, because most of the new main characters they introduced are just like generic people. There's no cool alien toys. There's no, that's what people like.
That requires effort, which basically, long story short, people, this is the whole point of this trilogy. There was this half-ass effort given, half-ass concepts. No, the concepts introduced were good, but then there was no follow-through with anything introduced. So yeah, half-ass effort.
Yeah. Palpatine's back. And they're like, do we believe that? Remember that dialogue?
I mean, we kind of have to. That's kind of the whole point now for this fucking last movie, since you killed off the main villain in the second one. You didn't really make Kylo Ren a solidified villain for us to like fear him in the sense of him like ruling over lots and like the universe. He just still seems whiny.
Yeah. It's like he was introduced as a whiny little bitch who throws tantrums, and
he kind of ended that same way too.
Yeah, they tried to play it like, oh, he's grown and he's good now. It's like,
I think he should have become a good guy in the second film. if they were going to have him become a good person.
Oh,
anyway.
but Rian Johnson said that he did that to subvert your expectations.
See, this is one of the bigger problems with this whole trilogy is subverting your expectations, but in the worst way possible.
Yeah.
Like it's just to do it. It doesn't really serve any real point.
It doesn't serve a purpose. It's just like throwing things in there just to throw them in there,
Like
but there was no intention with it. Like Rey, again, I am all for having a female protagonist, but like you basically OP her, give her no necessarily flaws, but then the only flaw you give her is her being the granddaughter of Palpatine. Like it's just like,
Yeah,
why couldn't she have just been some nobody? Because then it solidifies that the Force flows in with everybody, and it's not just this fucking genetics battle of Palpatines versus Skywalkers.
Also, is she really his granddaughter if she's the daughter of a clone of Palpatine?
So Palpatine's son confirmed for clone then?
Yeah, in the novelization they confirm it's a clone.
Because like I want to know who slept with Palpatine.
No, nobody slept with Palpatine. Her dad's a clone of Palpatine who ran away.
So some clones are considered to be your children, like Boba Fett, and some clones are just considered to be disposable cannon fodder.
Apparently, it's really weird. Why didn't they just establish that he had a family at some point? They don't. They could have done that with this trilogy, but
they didn't want to establish things or tell you who anyone was or what anyone was fighting for. They wanted you to buy the Captain Phasma toy and the fucking.
They wanted you to buy this stupid lightsaber with two little other like blades sticking out,
and the orange lightsaber, so you could pretend to be Rey.
The yellow lightsaber.
Was the yellow.
The yellow one.
Yellow, orange. What's the difference?
There
Connor's like,
is a difference.
No, Connor's like, I'm fucking done with these movies anyway.
There's a little bit more red and orange. Whatever. It's a golden lightsaber.
Well, if we're talking about but then again, you guys keep bringing up that the lightsaber lore isn't canon either, which is just like the fuck.
Honestly, I don't think
Disney not in the movie, it isn't
cares
canon.
either. I don't think Disney cares at this point. And
it's clearly shown they didn't give a fuck.
It's like, how did the Marvel movies completely outdo, like in terms of box office, in terms of fans actually caring? And I think it's because Marvel is a bunch of unrelated stuff that got smooshed together. Like each of those characters are meant to be the hero of their own story, whereas Star Wars is a bunch of supporting characters for like 2 or 3 main guys, and then you try and spin those guys off into their own movies. There's nothing there. Like Han Solo, I'm sorry, he's not interesting enough to carry his own movie, even if he were Harrison Ford.
Yeah, they work.
Agreed.
They work as part of the other in concert with the other characters, but on their own they don't. They're not good enough.
It doesn't meld well, exactly.
There isn't enough there.
But like each individual member of the Avengers, well, most of them anyway, there's enough there to make a whole movie about them. But like not.
But that's
so much
because their backstory has already been written, and Disney doesn't have to fucking do anything.
I would
they don't
argue,
have to put effort because the effort has already been written for them technically.
I would argue that Ant-Man and Thor are not interesting enough for their own movies.
I would pull for Thor, but not for Ant-Man. Ant-Man, that movie fucking sucked. Lawrence Fishburne is like, they used to call me Goliath because I could become a giant. It's like, oh, that's interesting. Are we ever going to see that? No. Don't bring up that a person can turn into a giant and then have him never fucking do it. Like, what is that?
All right. So as far as aliens introduced in this, they basically just introduced Babu Freak, right? In Rise of Skywalker.
Which one was Babu Freak?
He was the little alien guy.
That,
the little
that fucked up C-3PO's head.
Yeah, and then there were.
And then we had we had sexy Rocketeer girl from this movie. She never took off her helmet, or did she? Maybe
she you can see her eyes at one point.
Who is she? She's somebody famous.
She worked with J.J. Abrams on some show.
Was it Jennifer Garner?
No. Let me see what the show was, because I've never seen it. I've heard it has like a cult following.
Was it Felicity?
It might have been Felicity. I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah, it was Felicity.
God, we dodged a real...
Carrie Russell. Carrie Russell.
Is she related to Kurt Russell?
I don't know.
Because we dodged a real bullet because J.J. Abrams was on tap to do the Superman script in the 90s.
So, okay, can someone explain to me why J.J. Abrams, like, why?
No one knows why.
Wait, what do you mean why?
We
Like,
just
why?
man lots of money.
Have you seen his
like,
fucking
what
TED
is
Talk?
Good films?
His fucking TED Talk about the mystery box?
No.
I have not.
Oh my god. Oh, when he was a kid, he loved magic. And at the magic store, they had a box with a question mark on it called the mystery box. And he begged his grandparents to get it for him, and they did. And he, in his TED Talk, he took out his box with a question mark on it. And he goes, I never opened it because it's more fun to have a mystery box than to have whatever's inside the mystery box. And that was like his whole philosophy of storytelling. And that explains so much. That he thinks
doesn't explain, like, why did, like J.J. Abrams, like, what has he done good? Like, why is his name so
Felicity
prominent?
was a big hit, and people really liked Alias. Both those shows were really big hits, and then Lost was a big hit. I never saw Lost.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say I didn't know the first two.
I mean, talk about diminishing returns. I'm looking at the box office for Force Awakens.
Mm-hmm.
It was $2 billion, and then Last Jedi it was $1.3 billion, and then by the last movie it's just $1 billion.
Just $1 billion?
Which, well,
wow.
If somebody came up to me and gave me a check for $1 billion, I'd just spit in their face and say, "What is this?"
Well, when we're talking about Disney and how much the fact that they spent about the same per movie, about $300 million per movie, to go from the first one to the third one only making 50%, that's a pretty big drop off. And also,
they didn't care, so why would they care about the loss?
As far as profits go, I think they only made like 300 million off the last one.
Well, you consider when you look at box office, like the theater gets a cut, everybody gets a cut. And like they spent $4 billion on the franchise in general. That's before they even spent any money on making movies. There's no way
they're still going to get their money from their accessories, the toys, the videos, the Disney.
They're all terrible.
I went to the
Star Wars section of Disneyland, and it was awful. There was nowhere to sit down because they didn't want crowds to form. They wanted everybody to keep walking all the time. It was hot as hell. You had to wait for an hour to get into their shitty cantina that had like a couple of mildly alcoholic drinks, and that was it.
You mean there's alcohol on the Disneyland side?
For the first time, they're having alcohol on the Disneyland side. And it's only in the Star Wars cantina.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Well, when it's like $20 a drink and the drink is like less than a shot's worth of alcohol.
Well, fuck that.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Well, it's like $16 for a Long Island iced tea over at California Adventure.
Yeah, but I don't.
Still a fucking Long Island iced tea.
I don't see them.
All of their drinks are just a take on a Long Island iced tea. They give them all funny names, but that's just what they all are.
I don't see them turning a profit yet because you spend $4 billion, right, for the rights, and then you spend $300 million per film. So that's what, $900 million
you've built an entire theme park that has like one ride that's not even very good.
And then you are making a net profit on your highest grossing film, Force Awakens. Their net profit is $780 million.
Right.
It's like they're never going to make back $4 billion.
And then you're making around $300 million per film. Afterwards, the net profit. Yeah, you haven't made back your money.
Well, if they, made the films good, then they would have made their money on it.
Well, yeah, but okay, George Lucas didn't make the films good, and he still made an insane amount of money on each of them.
Yeah, but he also didn't spend $4 billion in order to acquire the rights.
That's true. Everyone hated those movies, and yet they were all like the biggest movies of that year, and they all actually got really good reviews from like actual critics who weren't fanboys who were just mad.
You're talking about the prequels, right?
Now. They're all fresh.
No, are they all fresh?
They're all fresh, like unless things have changed and they're starting to count other people's reviews now. But no, they're all fresh, and not barely. They're all very fresh.
No, the only one that's I would consider really fresh is Revenge of the Sith.
What are the fresh meters here?
Because Rise of Skywalker is the lowest at 51. Right?
Oh my god, Phantom Menace is rotten now. This has been a change. It used to be fresh. I think they're counting newer reviews.
I don't know. I've seen Phantom Menace as rotten for a while. And Attack of the Clones at 65, which isn't particularly high.
What's Revenge of the Sith at?
80.
Okay, see? Phantom Menace used to be fresh. It changed. They've added more reviews, people in the future looking back. Like, look at this. Some of these reviews are dated 2015. In fact, a surprising number of them are dated 2015. Of the critic reviews for Phantom Menace. Okay, so yeah, this is some bullshit. They're not counting contemporary reviews here. Because the reviews that came out at the time were all pretty positive.
They should have a filter option so I can see like what the initial, like the first year reviews were.
Well, because like
Empire Strikes Back has the highest, I don't know if it's
but
highest,
look at the date on those.
94%.
Most of those reviews are from way later. When that movie came out, people didn't like it.
Okay, Connor, I'm looking at top critics, right? Which seems to be more of like the contemporary reviews, and it was lower. It was at 40.
Give me this.
40%.
Are you putting this in the chat? I'm sorry. Where are we looking?
No, we're just on Rotten Tomatoes.
No, I'm on Rotten Tomatoes.
But
okay.
It was beloved at the time. It was a huge movie. People liked it.
I wouldn't say it was beloved, but it was well liked more than it is.
It wasn't until years later that people started saying that they always hated it. Like 2001, people were like, "Oh, I always hated that movie." And it's like,
which one?
Episode 1.
Attack of the Clones was at
the
40.
prequels.
Yeah,
okay.
the
so
first
we are talking
prequel.
about the prequels.
Connor,
yeah, we're talking about the first prequel.
Attack of the Clones was at 45% with top critics.
Yeah, Attack of the Clones. Yeah, but still one of the biggest movies of the year.
Well, let's see Revenge of the Sith. How much was it with
top critics?
Top critics. Let's see.
And I put it on top critics. The first like 5 of them are from 2015. No, all of these are from 2015. Then 2012. Like top critics is not contemporary shit at all. You find me a review from 1999.
Has 80%. Let's look at the top critics.
Yeah, you find me a review from 1999 that says that this movie's. Well, there are a couple of them, but still.
2015, 2015, 2015, 2015. Yeah, all the top critics are 20.
Yeah, it's because when the new Star Wars movies came out, everybody and their mother decided to do reviews of the prequels, and so that's completely poisoned the well here on Rotten Tomatoes.
Well, maybe that could be something we could talk about next time. Like, I don't know, reviewing the prequels, like critiquing it.
I mean, the prequels are fine. They're, I didn't like them when I was a kid. I'm still not super sold on them, but these Disney movies have convinced me that they could be a hell of a lot worse. Like, at least George Lucas had a story to tell. He didn't just do whatever for 3 movies.
Again, I didn't think that the movies were that bad, but just some of the dialogue between characters.
So like, in a contemporary review, Roger Ebert gave it a 3.5
out of 4.
Yeah,
he loved it.
But overall, it was mixed.
Yeah. It sustains the gee whiz spirit of the series and offers a swashbuckling extra-galactic getaway. That's New York Times.
One critic wrote, Lucas almost seemed bored by the last 2 films, but his passion for Sith is very apparent on screen.
Phantom had me from the moment it touched down on Naboo. Philadelphia Inquirer.
Peter Travers from Rolling Stone said the actors are wallpaper, the jokes are juvenile, there's no romance, and the dialogue lands with the thud of a computer instruction manual.
Oh my god, do you think he regretted saying there's no romance when Attack of the Clones hit with the romance?
Oh, I'm sure he did.
Because my god, it's like, I wish there were more romance in this, and then it's like, I hate sand. It's like a monkey's paw situation.
David Edelstein from Slate said that the people who camped out in front of the theaters for 6 weeks are poor souls. Who can blame them for saying, to hell with the critics, we know it will be great. The doors will open and they'll race to grab the best seats and feel a surge of triumph as their butts sink down. And then says, how long will they go with it? At what point will they realize that what they've heard is, alas, true, that the picture really is a stiff? Maybe they never will. Maybe they'll want to love the movie so much that the realization the movie's bad will never sink in.
I like that's...
It sounds like he's kind of a killjoy, this guy.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, I don't disagree with him with that movie.
Phantom Menace is fine. Phantom Menace is fine. It might be my favorite of the prequels, actually.
I agree.
Attack of the Clones had those romantic scenes that just dragged everything down.
Nah, I prefer Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith, I don't know, like it's a little circuitous, and it also
I
has those
have the
scenes.
high ground.
Oh
yeah,
God,
I love the
like,
memes. The memes are the best part.
God,
I
love
loved
that.
you as a brother, Anakin. I loved you.
Which you're not supposed to have relationships.
Well,
Yeah,
not
platonic
romantic
or
relationships.
romantic. No, you're not supposed to have platonic ones
Let
either.
me see.
Jedis are supposed to be fucking soulless beings who care for the planet but don't do anything about it. Oh, did I speak too much? I am not sorry.
You don't like them
Jedi all
Jedi?
the way.
Okay,
Jedi.
so I'm reading that Jedi
interesting
are
point.
forbidden from attachment, but not love or friendship.
That's what Anakin says when he's trying to argue that it's totally cool for him to bone Queen Amidala.
But he's attached to her is the issue.
He gets too attached. That's his problem. But the penis
well,
head
that
man,
means they can have sex, right?
Yeah, why did they make him psycho clingy? Like
they can have
kind
sex.
of like
They just can't be clingy.
But like
Or
within lore, within the extended universe lore, which is not canon, penis head man is actually allowed to have children because males in his species are so rare that his species might go extinct if he wasn't allowed to procreate.
Oh well, he's dead.
I'm sure that
that
guy has an aliens, like he has a specific name for his species. I'm pretty sure it's not phallic head.
Well, let's look it up.
Ki Adi Mundi.
Kiadi Mundi?
Yeah, Kiadi Mundi. His species name is
Oh my
Sarian.
God. Guys, I just googled penis headman Star Wars and the first thing that came up was a picture of Peter Cushing.
Wow. Oh goodness.
They are considered mammals.
What are considered the species?
Conehead. Yeah, Syrian.
A
or Syrian, I'm
Syrian?
not sure. Yeah, Syrian, however you're supposed to pronounce it. I don't fucking know.
Like people from Syria?
Well, it's spelled Cereans. How do you pronounce that? Oh, can I just mention that they killed off Admiral Akbar?
Oh yeah,
yes.
Because they needed someone to kill to generate pathos, but they didn't have any major character that people cared about, so they're just.
But he was one of the only cool aliens they had left because they didn't bother introducing anyone.
But we need to share this picture, please, in the video of my Google search results.
Yeah, I will.
Peter Cushing.
For the Revenge of the Sith, McGregor, Portman, and Christensen have all been brilliant elsewhere, but the bonds between their characters are all in the dialogue, never between the lines. And the less said about the lines themselves, the better. God.
Oh boy. That's sad.
I do find it a little not hilarious, but kind of hilarious that these critics are all majority male, the top critics. Actually, I don't. There's one female, no, two female.
I think that says a lot about the time period.
Well, the time period is from 1999 until today, because there's stuff from 2015 on there.
Well, how much from 2015?
A whole first page, I think.
No, the Revenge of the Sith came out in 2005, so
yeah, you say like that's the time period. I'm sorry,
I was talking
modern
about
times.
I was talking about Phantom Menace too. Also, that was 20 years ago. That was 21 years ago.
Yes, but it's not as if there's been a major cultural shift in the past 21 years.
There have been some cultural shifts.
There's been people whining on Tumblr and people whining about the people whining on Tumblr.
But not back in 1999.
And then there's TikTok. That's also.
No, that's since 1999. That's what's introduced. That's what's been introduced to our culture.
Social media is the time shift.
Yes, smartphones are also a big time shift.
That's true.
Yeah.
I feel like our generation is like in the transition, like we've experienced all these transitions.
Yeah, that's why.
So we have.
Yeah, go ahead. The Zoomers are calling you 57 years old.
Yesterday we were playing. Me and Augustine were playing Among Us, and I literally have 12. Well, excuse me, not 12-year-olds. Excuse me, 15-year-olds calling me a boomer.
What? Why did they call you a boomer? What did you do?
I don't know what I said. I just said I was old, and they were like, "How old are you?"
Why were you
50.
telling them you were old?
I know. Wait. Everybody stop, because I remember exactly why. It's because they said
Okay.
GG, and Jessica didn't know what GG meant.
But that's
I
like a
didn't.
thing from the 90s. Like,
But Jessica didn't know, so she put GG, and she's like GG question mark, and they're like, good game, boomer, or something like that.
yeah, that's been a thing since like
Something.
fucking
Or what? No,
Quake.
they said, what are you, 57?
That's leet speak. How do you? That's from before I was born. Like, come on, leet
Is it from
speak.
before 1989?
Let me see about when leet speak started. We'll find out.
Well, see, that's the whole thing too, with like these kids calling us boomers.
Oh, okay. Well,
Like,
how often do
well,
you play online, Jessica, is the real question.
I don't play online that often,
Well,
so
there
I
you
don't
go,
know all the
Connor. That's why she
lingo.
doesn't know all the lingo. That's fine. Makes
All right,
sense.
but that's not
I
like
just
that's
like
not
to
an
play by
age thing.
myself. I just like to play games by myself. I
No,
like to
exactly.
play
It's
my
not
little
an age thing.
games.
That's
So
why
Wikipedia
doesn't
very
really make sense.
unhelpfully lists the origin of leet speak as the 1980s, but that probably doesn't mean 1989.
Wait, that was a lot of things to type into Google. Repeat.
Leet speak. Wikipedia very unhelpfully lists the origin of leet speak as the 1980s with no specific date.
Yeah, it's no, I
Just
wouldn't
type
trust
in
that.
Leet Speak 1980s. Is that okay to type
Leet
into
speak
Google?
1980s.
I need more evidence than just like at some point in a 10-year time span.
Okay, here we go. Leet speak, the history of hacker culture's native tongue, developed in the early 80s. Leet speak actually predates the World Wide Web by nearly a decade. As we all know, the World Wide Web began in 1990, even though the internet itself dates back to the 1960s. Started on bulletin board systems, or BBSs. So yeah, leet speak has been around longer than I have.
Word of the day, steezy. Style with ease.
Ooh, where did you find this?
When I looked in Urban Dictionary Leet Speak, and then underneath it was the word of the day for September 6th.
I mean,
Which
you
is
could call
steezy.
it 1337 5P43.
Yeah, Leet or 1337 is a short form of elite, commonly used by
5P34K.
video gamers to suggest that they are skilled. So it's
That's
just a
where
bunch of
the
nerds
GG comes
saying that
from.
they're
Well, back in the day,
yeah.
there was a reason. When you were playing a video game, you needed your hands playing the game. So they came up with abbreviated ways to type on basically just the numpad so that you wouldn't have to take your hands away from the important keys in order to type to someone. Because if you were AFK, away from keyboard, and you got killed, it was nobody's fault but your own.
That's so it's just basically a bunch of slang. That's it.
Well, it's numeric replacement and abbreviations. It's just the way the gamers talk and have talked since the 80s, since time immemorial.
Mm.
I wouldn't call that immemorial, but okay. Pretty sure the 80s is well remembered. Maybe a little too much.
Definitely too much. In fact, I think we can trace all this Star Wars nostalgia to people weighting the 80s far too heavily.
Yeah. I mean, I prefer Star Trek over Star Wars overall.
I
Like,
do
as far
too.
as for
Jessica, where do you
actually
weigh in?
quality. Mhm.
What now? Oh God, I'm
Do
afraid.
you
Where do you
prefer
weigh in
do you
on Wars versus
prefer
Trek?
Star Trek or Star Wars?
Well, considering I've really only watched Star Wars, I'd have to say Star Wars.
I mean, that's fair. If you preferred Star Trek and you hadn't seen it, that would mean that you had a pretty low opinion of Star Wars.
Oh
You're
goodness.
like, just based off the memes for Star Trek, it's better than
Just
Star
be like,
Wars.
anything's better than this. I mean, it's a false dichotomy. They're completely different types of things. One's a
Yeah, they
TV
are.
show. And honestly, like it used to be, I would watch anything that had the Star Trek name on it, no matter how bad it was. And now I don't even want to see Discovery. It looks bad.
Don't watch Discovery, don't watch Picard. Just don't watch anything new. It's not Star Trek anymore. Not
Well,
good
like
Star Trek
Star
anyway.
Wars isn't really Star Wars anymore. It's all
Yeah, I
just J.J.
suppose not.
Abrams fucking nonsense now. He's in charge of both things, or he was briefly.
So he
Yeah.
just came in, said, "I'm gonna do this," fucked it up, and said, "Deuces."
Well, they hired him based off Star Trek,
Well,
off what
that's the
he did
thing.
with
Like,
that.
he got a job on Star Trek based off, I guess, Lost. Although that seems like a weird fucking leap. And then he's like, I'm going to make it more like Star Wars. And he didn't really. He just made it louder and dumber, which shows what he thinks about Star Wars. Because he's like, louder and dumber equals Star Wars. And then that got him the gig on Star Wars.
Can we just hire not white dudes anymore? Can we just
I mean,
not?
I'm for it. The thing is, okay, his second Star Trek movie. Yeah.
Oh, wait, you want me to finish what I was saying, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say I'm all for it too, but I think that it'll still end up bad just because of the.
My one caveat is like I would still like to get jobs. That's my one caveat to that. Otherwise,
can you direct movies? Are you into making movies?
I'd like to direct a movie if you're offering.
He just needs a budget first.
Yeah, just $300 million and the rights to Star Wars.
I cannot give you a budget or the rights to Star Wars.
You know what? I'm going to cut you a deal. I can do it for just $30 million. I can do it cheaper than any other Star Wars director.
How about I give you $5?
That might be tough.
I'm just kidding. I don't have $5.
You throw 6 zeros at the end of that, you got yourself a deal. But anywho's, it's his second Star Trek movie. God damn it! It was called Star Trek Into Darkness. No colon. It was just Star Trek Into Darkness. The end of that movie was word for word like the dialogue from Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, except they gave Kirk's lines to Spock and Spock's lines to Kirk. And it's like, who was that for? Like, for people.
Is that the movie with the white alien chick?
No, that's the third one. That's Star Trek Beyond.
Oh. That's the only one I've seen.
He didn't even come back for that. That was Justin Lin. That wasn't even J.J. Abrams. That was after he pieced out and they needed somebody else to direct.
Oh.
I mean, that one was like just a nothing movie. It's like, oh no, the ship blew up.
Did he piece out because of Star Wars?
I think so. Because like he never intended to come back for the second Star Trek, and then he came back, and he never intended to come back for another Star Wars, but he came back anyway.
When they begged and pleaded for him to return.
Yeah, it's like we need that JJ magic. And it's like Lost petered out and nobody liked the ending of that either. Like, I don't get why. Was Felicity just super good? Because Alias wasn't super great.
Yeah, I don't know how he keeps getting work, because honestly, I'm not a huge fan of him.
He's like the shittier Joss Whedon, and Joss Whedon's not even good.
Yeah. Like, the only thing he's got going for him compared to Joss Whedon now is that he doesn't have any, like, abuse allegations.
Yeah. That's true. Just, like, seeing Justice League, which was, like, nothing, and then realizing that people got, like, emotionally tormented over that shit, it's like, wow.
Like, he also did, wait. Never mind, sorry, go ahead.
Well, he did Avengers. But, like, say what you will about Zack Snyder, but, like, at least, like, his movies might not have been great, but he didn't seem to abuse anybody, so, you know.
Wrote or produced Regarding Henry.
Oh, that was a fun movie. Who wrote that? Wait. Am I thinking of the right movie? Is that the one where Harrison Ford gets a bullet in his brain and he loses his memory?
No idea.
I'm gonna Google Harrison Ford bullet in brain. I'm gonna get.
Who struggles to regain his memory and speech and mobility after he survives the shooting.
Yeah, that was fun. Maybe that's why he's getting all these jobs, because that was a pretty fun movie. God, that was
Forever
1991.
Young.
Oh, that was another Harrison Ford one. Are all of his movies about Harrison Ford?
No, Forever Young has looks like Mel Gibson.
Oh shit, that was Mel Gibson? Oh my god, what's wrong with me?
Okay, so
that was the one where he froze himself.
Speaking of Harrison Ford, did you think that his one scene in Rise of Skywalker was good?
That's fine. Somebody asked him if he was a Force ghost, and he got angry.
Why did he get angry?
Because he gets angry whenever you ask him about Star Wars.
What does Harrison Ford want to talk about?
Nothing. Harrison Ford wants you to leave him alone.
Why does he even make movies anymore? Like, I liked him in Blade Runner 2049, but like, why does he work on film anymore?
Exactly. I didn't hear anything you said except why does he work on film?
He wanted
because
to
my
retire.
Internet was cutting out.
Oh
he
no,
wanted to retire from acting in the 70s. He was done, and then he came back for Star Wars.
Wait, he was wait. Did he? What were his acting roles before?
He was in American Graffiti. That's the only thing I know. That's the only thing I know that he was in.
Wasn't he a janitor or something at the time? When
he was a carpenter. He was installing a door in somebody's house who was working on Star Wars, and he got brought on to read the audition sides for people auditioning to play Leia, and from that he spun that into actually getting to play Han Solo.
And he's regretted it ever since.
Yeah, it's like he was out. He was retired. They called him back. His filmography here. Let's see if we can get some.
Oh no, you're right. I remember about him being carpenter because that's how he supported his family because he had several kids and he's like, "Fuck, I need money."
Yeah, he was bit parts in a bunch of stuff like Dead Heat on a Merry-Go-Round and A Time for Killing. Oh, he was in The Conversation. That's a kind of big movie.
All I know is maybe he should have retired before he did Indiana Jones 4.
I mean, honestly, I think that movie's unfairly hated. I saw that in the same super cool movie restaurant that I saw Last Jedi in, though. I was eating my curly fries. I was drinking my soda pop.
I really want to go to this movie restaurant. It sounds fun.
It's in Massachusetts. It's amazing, though.
Oh.
It's called the Cinema Pub. If you're ever in Massachusetts, look it up. They got curly fries. They got burgers. They got beer. I was too young for the beer when Indiana Jones came out.
I mean, where in Massachusetts?
Oh, on the Cape, near the coast.
Like, I know Massachusetts. Sorry.
I didn't want to get too in the weeds for you, but it's on Cape Cod. It's in Falmouth.
You never know. I might want to go to Massachusetts.
It's where the old Falmouth Mall used to be. Oh, hello. I saw Land of the Dead there back when it was just an ordinary movie theater. I was like one of only 2 people there. It didn't do well as an ordinary movie theater. Oh, that's a crazy movie.
April 2020, it was announced that Abrams would be developing 3 new shows for HBO Max.
Oh, one of them is Lovecraft, right?
It just says Justice League Dark, Overlook, and Duster.
Wait, is Overlook like a fucking Shining show?
Yep.
What? They already made a fucking Shining sequel. Can we just be done? Can we just be done with things from 20 years ago?
30 years ago.
No, because no one has creativity anymore.
40 years ago. Jesus.
It's going to be 20. Yeah. If it was 1980, 40. But yeah, it's going to be like 2080 and we're still going to be talking about the fucking 80s.
The 80s need to die. Like that was the lesson that Kylo Ren told us.
Whoa. Hold on.
Are you going to stump for the 1980s here? Like Back to the Future, that can stay. I love that movie. But everything else in the 80s. Like
Connor,
fucking G.I. Joe.
Connor, technically you're from the 80s.
That's true. Okay, me and Back to the Future are the only 2 things that are allowed to continue to exist. And the Back to the Future sequels can stay, but they're on thin ice.
No, you're forgetting Nintendo products from the 80s too.
Oh shit, yeah, I love 80s video games. God damn it. You're making this hard.
I'm gonna keep referencing 80s shit and you'll just be like, fuck, I can't delete the 80s, never mind.
Yeah, I need Super Mario Brothers. I forgot that I needed Super Mario Brothers.
Zelda, Donkey Kong.
Well, honestly, the Zeldas that came out in the 80s fucking sucked. The best
No, but the series came from the 80s though.
It's true. Okay.
That timeline's all fucked up too.
Yeah, well, my favorite explanation is that something happened with Zelda, Link, and Ganon at one point, and every game is just like a retelling of the legend, but nobody really knows the history. And that's why it's just like completely different every time you hear it.
I like that as a theory. Alrighty, are we still talking about
fucking Rise of Skywalker?
Where are
what else is there to say about Rise of Skywalker?
There was no
looking for the Mystic MacGuffins to get to the Sith planet, and then Rey abandons her fucking friends to go to the Sith planet by herself, and then Luke comes and gives her a little pep talk. And
no, she meets up with her boyfriend of 5 seconds.
Well, yeah, but
do you remember when Finn said he needed to tell Rey something important and it looked like a confession scene and then nothing happened?
And then nothing happened. Long story short, we get introduced something and nothing happens.
He wanted to tell her
he's force sensitive, according to
that was the secret message.
No fucking way that was the actual message, though.
Friggin' J.J. Abrams over here.
Did you know they were changing things even while filming?
I mean, they do that for a lot of movies, like for instance, Super Mario Brothers.
But important. Well, okay, but that's not a high bar now, is it?
Oh no.
Oh boy. But there was no rise. I only saw a downfall.
Sadness.
So Harrison Ford also in random episodes of Love American Style, Gunsmoke, The Mod Squad, and Kung Fu. So yeah, he was all over the place.
How long have we been recording?
I think it's been long enough that we can call it, unless anyone has any really important things to say about.
Can we just say that the final fight with Palpatine was stupid?
Yeah, I liked the big spaceship fight, except for like Finn was running around on top of a ship or something, and then like
with
Poe
the
tried to
weird
save
space
him.
horses.
Space horses. I don't even remember that, but I'm sure that
They were
happened.
riding on them, and then
Apparently, we can breathe in space too without helmets.
Well, they were like in the upper
they were on a
atmosphere.
planet, weren't they?
God, I don't know. Nobody knows what was
It
happening.
doesn't matter. None of this
It's
shit
like
matters.
everyone
the
was
series
just
ends with the
tired.
death of the Skywalkers. There
I
you
had
go.
drank my soda and I had to go to the goddamn bathroom and the movie wouldn't stop. That's the best summation of it.
And of course, the Rise of Skywalker is actually about the death of the Skywalkers because the last survivor is the Palpatine.
Then Rey is a Skywalker.
No,
They
fuck
actually, it was a typo in the title. It was called Rey's a Skywalker.
fuck that.
They
Fuck
screwed up the
this
typing.
movie. Actually, I might switch my rating down to a 3, a whole point down.
What was your point?
It was
4?
a 4 out of 10, so now it's a 3
10.
out of 10.
I don't have a numerical rating. I went out of it with a good feeling because I liked the big fight at the end, and then the more I thought about it, the dumber it seemed.
Yep. Sounds about right.
But I had positive feelings at first.
I just felt bewildered after watching it.
I feel like we're hitting the 4-hour mark here, guys.
We're about to.
How close
3
are we?
hours and 38.
I thought we were trying to like shorten it so that way, when we upload, it doesn't take 1,000 years.
Well, the idea is that people will listen to us when they're like in the car or something and they're on a big trip. But I don't know if they'll do that on YouTube. We got to get on iTunes or something. Does anyone know how to do that? Does anyone know?
To get on iTunes or Spotify? I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because you have all the audio too, right?
I could send you the link to the audio.
You could. I don't know how to get onto iTunes though. Someday I'll find out and then I'll ask you for the link.
All right. Well, regardless.
Aren't you the person with the Mac?
Owning a Mac doesn't give you the ability to get onto iTunes. It just gives you the inability to play some games on Steam.
Basically, most of them. You can't play.
I'll look into it. Sure. We'll figure out what we have to do. People will listen to us in the car.
I mean, if they have YouTube Premium, they already can. But that's neither here nor there.
How many people have bought YouTube Premium? 6? All right.
No, there are a bunch of YouTubers who have YouTube Premium.
Yeah, they got it for free, probably.
For being YouTubers?
For being, higher
ranking. Aren't we technically YouTubers?
Yeah, but not high ranking.
Yeah.
Where's their fucking
No, I'm talking about like any normal channel. Like,
well, I mean, you guys are more YouTubers than I am, but I'm here on YouTube.
Well, you've made videos.
I made one video.
Recently. Before that, you did.
I was actually watching it. I thoroughly enjoyed. I like listening to like the history of things like that.
Oh, cool. I'm glad somebody watched. Yeah.
I didn't know anything about that game. It was just like, oh, this is interesting. I know nothing about this game.
Yeah, no, it came from a weird place,
Honestly, I think one of these days, like maybe not next episode, but we should do an episode on Phantasmagoria.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I can play it though because the only console version I could emulate is the Saturn version and it's dubbed into Japanese.
I think in your case you might have to just watch a playthrough on YouTube.
I mean, for an FMV game, it's kind of the same as playing it, right?
Sort of, but you won't go through the frustration of not knowing what the fuck to do.
I tried playing Night Trap and oh my god, it's impossible.
No, Night Trap is bad.
And that's the game that everyone, you know what? We don't have time for Night Trap. No time for Nitro.
That can go in the Phantasmagoria episode as an FMB example.
Got it on sale for $3. So are we just all gonna watch a playthrough of Phantasmagoria and talk about it?
I mean, I could play Phantasmagoria.
Phantasmagoria.
I just send the link right now.
One fucking
It's
Phantasmagoria.
Roberta Williams, the most famous female game designer, probably.
Phantasmagoria.
It's the game that she considers to be her masterpiece.
I don't know. She didn't say it's her masterpiece. She said it was the one she enjoyed the most working on.
I think she said it was emblematic of her career.
Phantasmagoria is
I guess it would be a masterpiece at that
adventure horror video game.
Yeah.
Get it on Steam?
It's on Steam.
I know it's on GOG,
I'm asking.
isn't it? No, you should get it on GOG because I'm pretty sure it won't run on Steam properly. Let me see.
I'm still new to this, guys. I just have Steam to look up, and EA because of my Sims. Well, Origin technically, but
oh yeah, doesn't
it's getting renamed, right?
What are they going to call it?
The service? It's not Origin anymore. It's going to be called EA Desktop App.
That sounds lame.
They fucking gave up.
So apparently, I can get it to run on the Mac, but I have to install a bunch of stupid shit. So
yeah, it's
interesting.
On Steam. It's on Steam.
The thing is, it's footage of real actors, Jessica, but all the backgrounds are CG, much like the Star Wars prequels. Except this was 1995, and they did not have the same budget as the Star Wars prequels, so it looks noticeably strange to have these real people like in front of CGI.
It's $10.
I mean, you could just watch a playthrough of it too.
I feel like you'd get the same experience because the whole game is just videos. Wait a second, here we go.
Are we ending this podcast?
First look at the picture of Phantasmagoria that I've sent. So you see a sense of what it's like.
What I'm really trying to say with this is that Phantasmagoria is more entertaining for me than most of these Star Wars movies.
I mean, I like some of the Star Wars movies. The original.
Well, I'm talking about the Disney movies.
Oh yeah, they were just kind of like nothing. Like you watch them and you're like, well, that was alright.
And then you forget about it until you remember how bad they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like the podcast has, as far as Star Wars conversation goes, is petered out just like these movies.
What are those cigarettes?
With J.J. Abrams data here. Bye.
Yeah, let's just get out. We make the first podcast. We leave somebody else do the second podcast. Then we come back and we contradict everything.
Not the second podcast didn't matter.
Yeah, we get like completely unrelated people to come in and do the second podcast.
So what's next week's episode?
Maybe Phantasmagoria. I mean, we talked about it enough this week. I'm sure that all of our many fans will be anxious to know what we think about it.
I mean, it is also October next week.
It's spoopy.
Well.
It's a spoopy game. It was retroactively rated M, but at the time it came out, it just had a big warning on the box that told you that there was sexual content.
Wait, we could also do a podcast on Among Us.
I mean, that would probably get us more views.
Maybe we should do an Among Us episode because I'm playing the game a lot recently. And
I won as the imposter once. That only once though, but it was.
Oh my god! Last night, the last game I played, it was the first time as an imposter, and I won. I was so happy.
You won. You did it.
I did it.
Were you like very duplicitous? Did you trick people into voting for the wrong people?
I'm not really good at that, but I did murder people.
It's weird because usually you should be suspicious of the people who are quiet, and she didn't really communicate, and they didn't vote her. Because I was playing that match too. So.
Well, on top of that too, like even when I'm not the imposter, I don't really know what to say.
Well, you just try to get other people offed, or to convince them that you weren't doing anything untoward.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know the maps changed.
There are only 3 right now.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, anybody else want to play more Among Us? Well, not tonight, but I mean this week, and then talk about it.
I think maybe I've experienced all that I can out of Among Us. I mean, I played like 6 games of it.
All right, so okay, you know what? Let's do Phantasmagoria. Next week, we'll transition from Disney's Star Wars to Roberto Williams' masterpiece FMV title.
Yeah, I mean, we need to talk more about the big name female game designers, right? Isn't that important?
Yeah, but let's do Phantasmagoria, and then if we enjoy enough talking about it, we'll do an episode on Phantasmagoria 2.
The Puzzle of the Flesh. That did not have Roberta Williams. That had her protege Lorelai something.
But it is the Nightmare on Elm Street 2 of FMV survival horror. Because it got really, really gay.
Yeah. Lorelai
There's
Shannon.
nothing wrong
that's her
with that.
There was in Nightmare on Elm Street 2. There was in
Nightmare on Elm Street 2. There's nothing wrong with all the gayness. I love it.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong.
Have you seen that one then with the guy gets fucking rat tail toweled to death? I feel like we talked about this last episode.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I'm a bisexual man. I'm saying
this podcast is now all about Nightmare on Elm Street 2.
I'm saying that it's such an odd coincidence that Nightmare on Elm Street 2 became really homoerotic, and so does Phantasmagoria 2.
I mean, it is strange. But I think just having a male main character like lends itself towards, because there's a very sexual aspect to horror movies with female main characters. And then you do the same
but never with the males.
Well, a lot of the time with the males, like in Nightmare on Elm Street 2, basically they treated that character the same way they treated Nancy in Nightmare on Elm Street 1, and the result was it seemed like Freddy really wanted to bang him.
Yeah, kind of.
Man, I feel like I was so pumped to talk shit about the movies, and now I'm just like...
Now you're just sad.
Well, why don't you get off like a few last, like, what's your laundry list of complaints? Just go for it. What are we at now? What's our time?
Almost 4 hours.
All right, just complain about the movie till we have 4 hours. Just give me a laundry list.
I mean, it's not fair that a company like Disney just can like buy property and not do anything with it and just make it crap.
Like Konami.
Yeah, basically.
Except they didn't buy anything. They just fired everybody who made it.
And they just made more pachinko.
Yeah. Star Wars pachinko coming next year, probably. Probably already exists.
I know I keep talking about KOTOR because it's like my favorite of Star Wars, like in all honesty. I know it's just a video game, but it's just really good, minus like the after one, after KOTOR 2. Like I don't want to get into that. But it's just really good. And they were saying that there was like an Easter egg for Revan in The Rise of Skywalker, even though I don't really understand where that Easter egg is. They were saying something about the cult, I guess, that Palpatine has, the name of the cult or something, but that's not really... I feel like that's a kind of a stretch.
What's their name?
I don't know. I'll pull it up again. Revan mentioned in Rise of Skywalker.
Well, good news, everybody. Phantasmagoria is playable on Windows 10 if you get it on GOG.
Oh, shit.
1 and 2. 1 and 2.
1 and 2? Will wonders never cease?
Yep, they won't.
Phantasmagoria. They spent millions on that game. I thought that when I was reading the Wikipedia article, I thought it was building up for a fall, like it was going to be a tale of humorous, but no, the game sold super well.
Yep, super successful.
Okay, so here is the behind the scene, and it's in the canon section of Wikipedia. So the character of Revan was reestablished in the current Star Wars canon continuity when they were mentioned in the Star Wars Rise of Skywalker, the Visual Dictionary, which is a 2019 reference book written by Lucasfilm Story Group. The Visual Dictionary accompanied the film. Oh, so it just accompanied the film. My fault. But still, like, that means
you're telling me that you watched the movie and you didn't even bother to read the Visual Dictionary? I mean,
I know. I'm such a heathen. Oh my goodness, you're right. You're absolutely correct.
Connor, so on GOG, Phantasmagoria is 1.8 gigabytes, right?
Uh-huh.
And the original game came on like what, 7 or 8 discs?
I think 7. but 8 on the Saturn.
But isn't that crazy though? Like how small that actually was.
I know, it's insane.
But now you have more on your phone.
Yeah.
Is GOG like Steam?
It's like it's called Good Old Games. They've got like older games, but re-optimized to run on newer computers.
Well, they
So
got
like
rid of
Steam,
the good old games part of the name because they have modern games too.
but they're still called GOG. What does GOG stand for?
I don't know. It's like with KFC. Now it's just KFC, not Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Or like AT&T, who
Yeah,
they don't
except
make telegraphs anymore.
I guess so. Yeah, pretty much. But
Mhm.
yeah, except GOG is basically run by the guys who do The Witcher, like the video
Cool.
games, and Cyberpunk 2077.
Which I still have to play.
Which one? The
Well, it's
Witcher?
not out yet. Cyberpunk's not out yet.
Yeah, that releases in November.
I feel like I've been seeing news about it for like 10 years, but
Well, it got announced in 2012.
it
It has been almost 10 years.
doesn't look great.
I don't know. We'll see.
I won't. I don't have a. I have a Switch. I won't
It's
see
on
it.
PS4.
Oh, that's Ariel's PS4.
All right then. Maybe
Oh, it was
PlayStation 5.
Cloud Punk. My fault. Wrong thing.
Cloudpunk? That sounds fun. Is that the one where you take photos?
I don't know. I
Don't you
bought
just drive
this.
in? Don't you just drive in Cloudpunk, but you're in a flying car in a cyberpunk city?
I think so. I haven't played it yet. Like I haven't downloaded, I haven't done anything with it yet. I just have it.
But yeah, I find FMV games fascinating. Sometimes they get really weird. Like the Saturn game Lunacy had a really Lynchian atmosphere.
Wait, Cyberpunk games?
No,
Tell me
no,
what you said.
FMV games.
Oh,
FMV.
FMV games. Okay, like that fucking Toon one where you're in like the cartoon world. What was
Oh,
that
I
one
don't know
called?
about that, but I would
Oh,
probably
isn't
more
this
Lunacy.
Cyberpunk with like isn't Keanu Reeves in it?
Yeah, he's in it.
Yeah. Wait, do you only just get to play a dude? God
No, you can
damn
play.
it.
You can play anybody.
modify everything.
You can even be like transgender if you want to be.
And I think you can even still modify your genitals if you want.
I don't know why you.
But why does
That
it
seems
have
like a weird
like
feature.
if like is it a story mode? Like are you playing as the dude
No,
or
you're playing as an
Playing as-
avatar. You can
Yeah,
make yourself whatever. And then
characters.
Johnny Silverhands is like your friend who's like, "Hey, we got to go do the thing."
We gotta burn the city.
It's like any other game where you can make your character, you know?
Yeah, you're always a character named V who's a mercenary, but they're either whatever you want them to be.
In Deus Ex, you could be a boy or a girl. Deus Ex
Hmm.
Invisible War. I don't know what it's like in the new ones.
You just play as Adam Jensen.
Who's even that? Is he from the first game?
No, he's from Human Revolution.
I
So
liked
the third game.
Invisible War.
Yeah. Wait, you said you liked it?
Invisible War, yeah, I liked it. There was super long load times though.
Oh yeah, most people don't like that one though.
Well, those people are dumb and I hate them. But I never played the other ones, so I don't know what they're like.
Well, they're
Umurangi
better.
Generation. That's the game about photography. Umurangi Generation. It kind of
So
looks like Jet Grind Radio, but it's about taking photos.
Storage 70 gigs available space SSD recommended. Holy
70
shit.
gigs for Phantasmagoria or for the
oh
Cloud
no,
No.
for 77.
Cyberpunk.
That's
God
not
damn
that
it.
bad. That's not that bad because Red Dead Redemption 2 is 150.
That's too many gigs. That's like 70 internal memories of a Switch.
Yeah, but you're talking about the Switch though.
Well, okay, why is Nintendo the only company that bothers to optimize things in bit budget, you know?
They're also using way older hardware.
True.
Like they use outdate. That's how they make so much money because it's so outdated that it's nothing but profit.
Yeah, that was the case for the Game Boy back in the day.
Yep. In case with the Switch as well. Because
We need to
honestly,
put
my cell phone is better than the Switch. Like internally, like how the actual tech is stronger than the
It's
Switch.
true, but your cell phone also costs like 4 times as much as a Switch. Well, no, twice as much. 3 times, depending on if you have a really fancy phone.
Yeah, but I also do a lot more things on my phone though.
It's true. Can't dispute that.
Can't even watch Netflix on
Also, my Pro controller has been really fucked up lately. Like the stick is all weird and creaky. I don't know.
Nintendo's been really lax on quality this generation.
I don't know if I want to spend another $70 to get another controller and just have it fail again.
Maybe looking at getting it repaired.
It's $40 to get it repaired.
Oh,
so that's like it's almost like buying a new one. Anyway, we should end the podcast.
Yeah, so let's end the podcast by saying that if the last 20 minutes is any indication, Star Wars died an ignoble death.
Yeah.
So much so we'd rather talk about FMV games.
Yeah, Phantasmagoria.
Wait, where'd Jessica go?
I think she died.
Huh? What happened? I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you disappeared for a long while.
I'm trying to block things out of my mind. Oh, the movies are just like why so many questions are presented instead of like answers, and we just get a bunch of fan service that's really just undeserved and just for selling profit. That's really all I have to add.
Yeah, so I'm not saying George Lucas would have done a better job, but I feel like he would have been more creative.
Agreed.
Okay, what about you, Connor?
I'm sorry, what am I supposed to agree to?
Okay, I said, so I'm not saying George Lucas would have done a better job, but I am saying it probably would have been more creative.
Yeah, it definitely would have. He had like this idea about like the microscopic world and the wills and the like. Honestly, every glimpse of what he would have made seems very tantalizing after what we got.
At least it would have expanded Star Wars.
Yeah, it's like going to an Indian restaurant and getting something that's way too spicy versus eating porridge with no seasoning at all. It's like you didn't like the spices, but at least it was something.
At least you've got an interesting story to tell.
Yeah. All right, let's call it.
All right. Well,
do we have a sign-off phrase?
I don't know. I think the only phrase we have that keeps popping up in all these episodes is "it's all connected." But I don't think that's a good sign-off phrase.
Right. Well, until next time, it's all connected.
Yeah, no, I don't think it works.
Until next time.
Well, next time it's going to be Phantasmagoria 1.
Stay classy, everybody.
All right. So everybody enjoy the horror FMV. All right. Well, bye on my part.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.